All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. I'm calling this meeting of the Sterling Heights City Council to order. If you would please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing after the pledge for our invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, please bless our elected officials. Grant them courage and wisdom to do what is right for all citizens. Amen.
Amen. Hey, Ms. Riska, can we please have the roll call vote?
Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Mrs. Sarowski?
Here.
Mrs. Kosky?
Present.
Mr. Radke?
Present.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Present.
Mr. Yanez?
Here.
And Mrs. Jericho?
Present.
Thank you, Council. We need approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Kosky.
move to approve the agenda.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
I'd like to move consent item I to become item what?
Well, we'll make that,
Consideration item.
we'll make that 9, consideration
Okay.
9A, and we'll move communications to 10 and everything else beyond that, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Council, anyone else? No further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. First item on our agenda tonight is a report from our city manager, Mark Vanderpool. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I am really pleased to introduce the first item. Of course, in the middle of this polar vortex, it's hard to think about the Clinton River and canoeing and kayaking and the importance of the Clinton River to our community and the entire region. But our presentation next will center on that. As you know, we have this amazing asset in our backyard. And over the years, we've invested millions of dollars in the Clinton River. A few years ago, we spent about $5 million to clean up all the log jams. There were approximately 20 log jams. As many of you know, it's not only hard to fish in the Clinton River, but you certainly couldn't canoe or kayak down it. But now you can. In fact, it's one of our most popular recreational amenities. And the community has really come to appreciate and take great pride in the entire Clinton River system. And the epicenter of it is, at least from a recreational vantage point, right here in Sterling Heights. We not only cleaned it up, but we've installed landings and launches. We have new bridges over the Clinton River. So it really has become a point of pride for the community. And with us this evening is Jennifer Hill, the Executive Director of the Clinton River Watershed. And she's going to talk about all the good work they're doing. And a lot of it's centered right here in Sterling Heights as well.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Thanks for that wonderful context that you provided, Mr. Vanderpool, and for having me here tonight. I'm really excited to be here. So my name's Jennifer Hill. I'm the Executive Director of the Clinton River Watershed Council, and this organization has been around for over 50 years, so for quite a long time. And the mission of our organization is to protect, enhance, celebrate the Clinton River, its watershed, and Lake St. Clair. And so we do that in a lot of different ways, and I'm going to talk to you about the work that we do at the Clinton River Watershed Council. But I wanted to start first with what a watershed actually is, because not everyone knows what that is. So if you look over here, you'll see this red line, and a watershed is actually an area of land that drains into a common body of water. So here, of course, in the Clinton River watershed, that's the Clinton River, and it's a really special recreational resource that we have here in Southeast Michigan. So our service area for the organization that I represent is, of course, the Clinton River Watershed, which is quite large. It's 760 square miles, and we're the most populous watershed here in Michigan. We also service our Lake St. Clair direct drainage communities and some communities in the Anchor Bay watershed as well. So we have over 60 members who are municipalities, including Sterling Heights, of course, and we're so happy to have you as a member, that we work with every day to improve the watershed. So I talked a little bit about this already. We're, of course, have members who are municipalities, but we also have individuals and households that are members of our organization. We work with businesses that are within the watershed all of the time. And we also partner with homeowner and lake owner associations when they have questions or they have concerns about the watershed and the health of the watershed. So just a little bit about the reason that the Clinton River Watershed Council exists. It was formed, as I said, in 1972, and there are a lot of concerns about water quality when there was rapid development happening here in Metro Detroit. A lot of roads and pavement and parking lots being put in, and really the landscape was changing really quickly. And when you think about that from the river's perspective, that meant less and less area for water to infiltrate back into the ground and go back into the river through groundwater. And that meant that there were a lot of impacts to water quality. So thinking about things like bacterial contamination, contamination from combined sewer overflows, and wetland loss, all those things had impacts on the watershed, and we were formed to address those impacts. So in 1972, the Clean Water Act was passed, and it had a lot of great impacts on the health of the watershed, but we still have a lot of challenges here in the Clinton River, and I think that this graphic is really telling, because in the Clinton, our greatest challenge is managing stormwater. And I know Sterling Heights has been doing a lot in that area, and so have other communities, to really think about how do we catch water when it's coming onto the land from high precipitation events, and instead of flowing straight into storm drains, being able to catch that and allow it to go back into the ground first. And this map actually shows the impervious surfaces, so places where water can't infiltrate into the ground in the Clinton River watershed. So you see all that yellow, that's all pavement or development. So over 55% of the watershed is covered with impervious surfaces. So we have some challenges here that we need to figure out how to continue to work with in this urban environment. And so water, when it goes on pavement, it goes on roadways, it's picking up things like salt, which is relevant, of course, particularly today, and other things. So we have those continuous water quality challenges that we're working to solve here in the Clinton River watershed. And our work is guided by a few different pillars. I wanted to just briefly talk about what we do and how we've done that with Sterling Heights over the last year. So the first area of our work really centers on education. And we have several different programs in our education work. One of them is Stream Leaders, which is a really cool program where we bring K through 12 students out to a stream side in their community, and they actually get to participate in water quality monitoring. So the kids get to put on waders, they get to use nets, they get to get dirty. And we do this actually in Sterling Heights. We have a few different schools that come out and monitor the Clinton River right here at Dodge Park several times a year. We also participate in water festivals, and we have 4th and 5th graders that come out every year to the Lake St. Clair Water Festival. We had over 1,000 this year who came out to learn about their watershed and to learn about how that's connected to the Great Lakes. So we're trying to build those stewards at a young age, folks understanding what the water resources mean in their community. In addition, we have a weekly clean program that runs from April to November. We go out every week to a different park or green space, including in Sterling Heights. In the last year, we were at Dodge Park, Beaver Creek Park, James C. Nelson Park, and Joseph Delia Park. And in that time, folks are looking for trash for 2 hours on Wednesdays, and in Sterling Heights alone, over 2,600 pounds of trash was pulled out of your parks and along the Clinton River with the help of the volunteers that we bring out every week. So a really impactful program that shows people, how much there is to do and give back in the community to the Clinton River. Clinton Cleanup is another program that we have that runs in September every year, and that's a watershed-wide cleanup. And so we do that with a lot of communities, and we'd love to partner more on more events to bring people out to help clean up the watershed. And I wanted to highlight this. This is a picture of an event we had with the GM Design Center, actually, where they came out to Beaver Creek Park Park and James C. Nelson Park. And they pulled out, there were about 115 folks that came from GM, and they pulled out 2,300 pounds of trash that day. So they were very industrious, and it was really cool to see. So those are the types of partnerships that we have with businesses within our watershed. Our enhanced work really focuses on our water quality monitoring. So we have several different programs where we're monitoring the water quality of the Clinton River throughout the year. We do it twice a year. It's called our Adopt a Stream program. There are 5 sites that are monitored here in Sterling Heights. And I was just asking my science staff what the latest, they've just have been looking through the data from the last year, and they see slight improvement in the water quality that they're looking at for the Sterling Heights sites. They actually look at macroinvertebrates, which are the little bugs that you find in the river, to help us understand the water quality. So they've been looking through tons of vials of bugs, and they're going to continue to do that through 2024. And that's something that the Clinton River Watershed Council provides. We have all that data going back 30 years for all the sites that we monitor. And I'll just make a plug that on February 17th, we actually have our first water quality monitoring event of the year, which is our Stonefly event. That's where folks go out in the ice and the cold, and they monitor sites, and they look for stoneflies, which are a certain kind of macroinvertebrate that actually indicate really high water quality. So if you're interested in coming out and putting on some waders and going in the ice, please let us know. We also do programs to look for invasive species and make sure that we're working on curbing their establishment in the Clinton River. This is a red swamp crayfish, which are native to Louisiana and have established populations in 2 parts of the Clinton River watershed, not in Sterling Heights, thankfully. And we have a grant to look for those crayfish, which we did not find any this year, and also document native crayfish as well. And so that we're sort of on the front lines there of looking for invasive species before they're able to establish populations in the river area. I think Mr. Vanderpool talked a little bit about work that's been done through the Clinton River Area of Concern. There are a lot of habitat projects that have been done to improve fish and wildlife habitat in the river. And we monitor those sites annually as well. And there are 9 sites here in Macomb County that we monitor. And then finally, our Celebrate work is our Water Towns work, which Sterling Heights has been a member since 2015, I believe. And this work is really to help communities get access to engineering and design for green infrastructure improvements. And so communities like Sterling Heights have been part of this program for a long time. This is one example of some renderings that were given to Sterling Heights as a result of this program, some different options for green infrastructure. And out of this, I believe Mr. Vanderpool mentioned this, but a new bridge was installed, a kayak launch was installed, and so we're continually looking at how we can continue to help communities to see these plans through that we've delivered and help support the work that they're trying to do to improve infrastructure for stormwater. And so this is another example of the other rendering that was done, and I believe this is at the Senior Center. And so we also have mini grants that we use, we give to communities, and I think you guys used yours to install some bioretention cells and rain barrels and permeable pavers. Mm-hmm. So this is a picture of that bioretention cell, the before and the after. We also manage the Clinton River Water Trail. And we're really excited about the announcement about Rotary Park. So we're excited to hear about how we can continue to support the work that you all are doing. We've also in the last year done a project to increase safety signs along the water trail and worked with communities to put those up. And finally, we've been working to help residents have more access to outdoor opportunities. We've been doing that through our Nourished by Nature program, where we're connecting people to opportunities in the outdoors that they might not have had in the past. So we did a birding event in East Point. We provided a kayaking event along the Salt River, and we're going to continue to do that in the next year and hope to work with you all to maybe bring one of those to your community. And finally, last but not least, we had Crafts on the Clinton in Dodge Park at the Farmers Market Pavilion in September. This is an annual event for the Clinton River Watershed Council where we bring in local brewers and wine vendors and art vendors and have a celebration along the river. And it was just a wonderful venue. We were so excited to be partnering with Sterling Heights on the event. We're looking forward to coming back later this year. So we really thank you for the support that you all give to the Clinton River Watershed Council, and we love working in the community and with you all. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, and always here as a resource for you all.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Hill. We appreciate you being here and the very thorough and informative presentation. Council, is there anybody who has any questions? Not, thank you again. We do certainly appreciate the
Thank
work
you.
you're doing. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Moving on, another item with a focus on spring, summer, and that is our summer internship program. So if I can draw attention to the screen. I mention this now because if you're a high schooler going into college, or if you're already in college, now's the time to start applying for internships, right? Some may already be doing that. And I want to make sure everyone knows about our robust internship program right here in Sterling Heights. Every year we hire about 20 interns across many disciplines, from Department of Public Works, police, fire, finance, parks and recreation, library, and so many other community relations and many other areas of the organization. So we have a landing page on our website. If you go to our website and just search quickly for summer internships, this will pop up. You can scan the QR code and get the application, or you can simply call the city. But we look forward to getting applications. This is a very meaningful internship, and as you'll hear a little later on this evening, some of our interns stay on board and become full-time employees, then managers, then directors. So this is a wonderful program, a great opportunity. So please take note of our 2024 summer internship program. And Mayor, lastly, we have another important presentation centered on our Let's Vote campaign. There's a number of important events coming up, not the least of which includes the presidential primary. And our city clerk, Melanie Riska, will lead us through this presentation.
Mrs. Riska.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of this massive audience tonight. This is super exciting. I'm here today. This is unheard of, really, so I'm excited that you're all here. I'm super excited to share with you some new voting options that are going to be put in place for 2024. So in November of 2022, voters overwhelmingly approved Proposal 2, and this was the constitutional amendments to your voting rights, and it was advertised as Promote the Vote. And you can see it overwhelmingly got approved by like 60 to 40. So what did this constitutional amendment do? So there's a number of new options for voters, first being early voting. Voters now have 9 days before the election when they can come into our election center and cast their ballot, meaning they can put their ballot directly into a tabulator rather than just in an envelope to be counted on election day. This 9 days includes Saturdays and Sundays. And the results from those tabulators will not be advertised until election night. Another new method, while we have always had vote by mail, a new method for vote by mail is the permanent ballot list. So voters can fill out one application, one universal application, and automatically receive an absentee ballot at their home every election. You're not required to fill out an application for every election if you choose this option. An interesting thing with this is that voters, if you get that ballot at home, you can take that ballot and put it through a tabulator at your early voting center. And you can also take that ballot to your precinct on election day and put that ballot through a tabulator at your polling location on election day. The other vote by mail option that has always been in place is application ballots. So if you're on the permanent application list, you automatically receive an application before every election cycle, and then you can tell us what address you want your ballot sent to, and we'll mail you a ballot. This remains to be it's still a popular option for individuals who are frequent travelers because the United States Postal Service does not forward ballots. So if you get a ballot sent to your home and you happen to be out of town and you have a temporary address at your home, your ballot will not be forwarded. So that ballot will come back to us, and then we have to try to figure out how to get a hold of you so that we can get a proper address to send that ballot to. So you can remain on that permanent application list if you're a frequent traveler and you may not know what address you need your ballot sent to. But again, if you receive the ballot that way, you still can go to your early vote center and tabulate your ballot there or take it to a precinct on election day. And then, of course, election day, this February 27th is the presidential primary. All of our polling locations will be open. You are more than free to go and vote on election day. And again, if you get an absentee ballot, you can take it to your polling location and tabulate it there. On the screen now, presidential primary, again, is February 27th, 2024. At the bottom, it shows our early vote hours, Saturday, February 17th through Sunday, February 25th, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., including Saturdays and Sundays. And that is at our election center, which is located within our community center. And the address is on screen. So because we have all of these overwhelming changes, it's hard for voters to kind of comprehend or grasp all of the different options that you have now. We, as election administrators, deal with this on a daily basis, and there's still so many changes, we're still trying to grasp all the changes. So the city clerk's office has embarked on this huge voter education campaign whereby we have sent mailers to every registered voter in the city so that they can know their options. We're going to be doing massive social media campaigns just to educate our voters on options. Our city magazine, there's going to be information in there. We are going to be hosting a number of community events, not only hosted by the city, but the city clerk's office will visit organizations when they have events. So if your organization happens to be having an event coming up over the summer, we'd love to come and visit or come participate in that event and talk to voters about their options. And we are also working on a video series that we can get out to voters to get that message out about options. So those of you who do reside in Sterling Heights, if you're a registered voter, this is the mailer that you received in the mail. Either you've received it today or you're going to receive it over the next couple of days. And this has all of the information, QR codes that send you to the state site, to our website with dates and times and all of those, all of that information, because there's a lot of information. Again, look out for your city magazine coming up in the spring. That's going to have a lot of information in there. We are hosting our first community forum. That is actually this Thursday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at our community center. Myself, as well as my team, will be there to answer any questions that people may have regarding early voting, voting by mail, election day voting, or any other questions that you may have. So feel free to register at sterlingheights.gov/vote. And come and visit us, and you can get information from trusted voices in the industry. So next we're gonna show, this is the premiere of the first video in our series of Know Your Options. This is something that we've, SHTV created this, and I think they're gonna be pulling that video up on the screen right now so we can debut it.
Hey Sterling Heights voters, I'm Melanie Riska, your city clerk. We're here today to walk through our early voting process. During the 9 days of early voting, you can visit our election center from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., including Saturdays and Sundays. Let's check it out. First thing voters need to do is fill out an application to vote with name, address, date of birth, and signature. Then hand your application and photo ID to the early vote worker. If you are not in possession of your photo ID, you can complete the affidavit on the back of the application. The early vote worker will verify your registration and issue the correct ballot. Now find an available booth to mark your ballot. Once you finish marking your ballot, a worker will direct you to the correct tabulator and you will insert your ballot. Once you see this screen, your vote has been counted. Don't forget your I voted sticker. Well, that was easy. I wonder what happens to the ballots now. At the end of the night, ballots are sealed in state-approved ballot containers. Workers complete all necessary paperwork, including poll books and results tape. Ballot containers, poll books, and results are taken to the local receiving board. The receiving board will double check that all paperwork is complete and accurate. Paperwork and results are sent to the Macomb County Board of Canvassers, who will go through a final detailed check before they certify the results. The ballots get sent to a secure location and are retained for 22 months after the close of canvass. Now you know your options, so let's vote, Sterling Heights.
So again, that's the first video in our series of videos. We're going to have one for permanent ballot voting, absentee ballot, like absentee voting, as well as election day voting. I particularly want to thank my team, who has worked tirelessly on this to make sure to get it up and running. In particular, Chelsea May, who's actually in the audience here today, and also Bob Sorgat with SHTV. This is Bob's first go at animation, so he did a great job, and it came out really well. And we wanted to just do something different and fun as we educate our voters. So that is all I have, and I'm available for questions if you have.
All right, well, thank you very much, Ms. Riska, and to your team. Yeah, round of applause.
Mayor Taylor,
Yeah.
could I ask Ms. Riska just one question?
Yep, sure thing, go ahead.
The program on Thursday night, is it a formal program or is it just a walk-in and ask questions?
So I am going to have, we put together a fact sheet of typical questions that people ask us, and so I will be going through that fact sheet, but we are going to be allowing individuals to come up to the podium and ask questions, and we'll do our best to answer those questions.
And
So
that will start at 6?
it will start at 6, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Council, anyone else? Any questions or comments?
Love it.
No, as I was saying, thank you, very, very well done, good job to the city clerk staff. I mean, I think that we are blessed to have incredibly professionally well-run elections in the city of Sterling Heights, and I know that residents are thankful for the clerk that we have, the team that we have. They work incredibly hard, and it's going to be a long year, but we'll all get through it, right? So, and a special shout out to Bob down in the basement. That was really cool, and we can't wait to see more of those, so. All right. Very good. Mr. Vanderpool.
Mayor, you'll be glad to know that's the end of my city manager's report. Thank you.
Very happy to hear that, of course. With that, we'll move on to the next item. A couple of great presentations tonight. Our first presentation will be a swearing-in ceremony for new Sterling Heights police officers. We have a presentation from our interim chief of police, Captain Ken Pappas. Do I call you interim chief? Chief. Captain?
Ken.
No, I don't, that's,
Hi, Chief. Hi, Chief.
Hi, chief.
maybe when I see you out for dinner, but not here, okay?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Vanderpool. Tonight, I'd like to introduce.
Come on, Chief, let's go.
You got the chief.
Okay, tonight I'd like to introduce our two newest hires. To the right here, we have Alex Roberts. Alex grew up in Richmond, attended the high school there, was an all-state wrestler, continued his wrestling on at Clearly University, where he graduated with a bachelor's degree. From there, he was hired by the Shelby Township Police Department as a cadet and put himself through the Macomb County Police Academy, and we snatched him up from there. Alex comes from a history of policing, as his father retired out of Utica, and I believe he's in the audience there taping his son. To the left, we have Jesse Ingram. Jesse grew up in Rochester, attended the Oakland Community College to get his degree, put himself through the Oakland Police Academy, graduated from there. It should be noted that Jesse also served for 12 years in the Army Reserves. He is a sergeant and has had deployments to Iraq. So, with that, I'll begin the swearing in. I state your name.
I, Alex Roberts,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of police officer
that I will faithfully discharge the duties of police officer
in and for the city of Sterling Heights,
in and for the city of Sterling Heights,
and that I will strive to maintain the highest standards of that department
and I will strive to maintain the highest standards of that department
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
Congratulations.
Firstly, I'd just like to thank the family for my father being here.
Do you mind, so, I don't want to cut you off, but do you mind coming up to the podium just because it's hard for the people at home to hear you when you're not speaking into a microphone? Yeah, right there, that one's good.
So I would just like to thank my family for supporting me to be here. My father inspired me to be a police officer and gave me the opportunity to do so. And then I would also just like to thank the city of Sterling Heights for giving me the opportunity. I'm grateful and I'm excited to be a police officer for this city.
Thank you. We're happy to have you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jesse Ingram, as you guys all know. I just wanted to say I'm really happy to be here. This department was the department that I've wanted to work for, and this is the career that I've wanted to be in since I was a little kid, and I can't express how grateful I am to be here, so thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank the city administration as well as council for your continued support and providing us with services, personnel, gear, and officers. With these two hires, it brings us to full staffing for the first time in years, so that's great. And I'd like to invite you into congratulating our new hires.
All right, thank you. Council, if you want to join me and shake their hands and congratulate them.
Where are we going?
We haven't done it in a while.
No, we used to shake hands.
We used to shake their hand and tell them good job.
Okay, thanks.
Congrats, welcome aboard, thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Welcome to the family.
Because he had tears in his eyes the whole time you were talking. Yes, welcome aboard.
Well, I think it was the COVID pandemic that stopped that for a while, but
We did stop, yes.
don't leave yet, guys, don't leave yet.
Go, guys, I'm sorry.
Come on, chief.
Don't leave yet. We've got some.
He's mixed it up a little bit.
You're almost done, don't worry. So I will now open it up to the city council. Is there anybody that has any comments? Mrs. Sarowski.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I always like to make comments, especially to our new police officers, because I have a son who's a Marine and is also he's a military police officer. And so I want to wish you the very best. And you will be probably meeting my husband, who is Judge Sarowski. He's in the audience. Wave your hand, Judgy Wudgy. There you go. Judgy Wudgy.
Chief Judgy Wudgy.
I get to call him that. You can try if you'd like. Good luck with that. But I wish you the very, very best. And I wish you Godspeed and to be safe. And as a mother of a police officer and another military person, my son served in Afghanistan twice, I understand the sacrifices you're making, and I applaud you and I thank you for those, because it is definitely sacrifice. You're putting your life on the line every single day. You never know what a call that sounds so simple could be so life-threatening and so serious. So again, thank you from the bottom of my heart for my family. I live in, I certainly do live in Sterling Heights, and so.
I hope you do.
Obviously, yes, I know. Sorry. But I thank you as a citizen. And so, welcome to Sterling Heights. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that, Liz. You have no idea how excited I am now. Ed Council, anyone else? Mrs. Zarko.
I'm going to agree somewhat with Mrs. Sarowski. Not word for word. But this is one of the best places in the state to work, and it's a two-way street.
Okay.
You chose us, and we chose you. And I know it's going to be a great partnership. So good luck, stay safe, and we're glad that you chose Sterling Heights. So welcome aboard.
Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, Interim Chief Pappas, I want to thank you for the wonderful recruits you bring us. I know you and your predecessor worked very hard on this, and I think it's outstanding. Everyone you've brought to us the last several years has been top of his class. And, Sterling Heights, we support our police, but we also ask a lot of them. We have a very strong leadership culture here, and we have a very high standard to meet. So we're going to ask you to meet that standard, but we're going to give you everything you need to meet that standard. And we're going to hopefully make sure that you stay safe. The community's going to be right behind you. And I just want to thank you guys for all that you do, because it's a tough job, especially nowadays. And you know, you really are going out there. On a personal note, as a former wrestler, what was your weight class?
In high school, I was at 145.
Same as me. But you're a little bit better, it looks like. Yes, sir. And thank you for your service in the Army. Our city is one of the best in the state. You chose us, like my colleague said, and we're very happy to have you. And just let us know if you need anything more. But we're going to keep you to a very high standard. That's what we expect. It's what we deserve. And thank you guys for coming tonight. Really appreciate it.
Council, anyone else? Mrs. Koski?
I also would like to say thank you for choosing Sterling Heights. Welcome to Sterling Heights, and you'll find that we're kind of going to be like your second family. So be safe, and thank you.
Anyone else? If not, yeah, I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues on the city council. Welcome to Sterling Heights. Thank you for choosing this community to be a part of our police department. We have a reputation of excellence here that I think you both know about, and that's probably part of the reason why you chose this job and chose this department. We can be somewhat selective, so we expect to be hiring the best, and then that means that we expect the best results as well. So you wouldn't be here if we didn't think that you could live up to that standard. But that reputation of our police department, it's now on your shoulders just as much as any other member. So we ask you to do your best for these residents, keep them safe. The community supports our police here in a really meaningful way, in a unique way. I think it's, especially with the environment for police officers, I think you'll find that the support here is unlike many other places. So with that in mind, I wish you the best. To your family that I think was taking videos and pictures. I try to say to the family, do what you can to support these young men. Coming from military, or coming from sounds like police backgrounds. I think your family probably knows what the deal is for you, but you really can't do this job without a lot of support from your family. So I hope you get that. If you need resources from us, let us know. Otherwise, Godspeed, good luck, stay safe out there, keep us safe. God bless you and your family. Thank you for serving the city of Sterling Heights and our amazing residents. So with one more round of applause, let's see these guys out. Thank you. All right, thank you very much, Interim Chief. That's what I tried to do after taking over for Mayor Nadi. I mean, if you want, I just say everything word for word what he did. It worked for him. Good job, Kenny. All right, we will move on to the next presentation tonight, and this is presentation of the Employee and Department/Office Awards for 2023. We do have an introduction from our Community Relations Director, Melanie Davis, and our Human Resources and Benefits Manager, Kate Balton, but we'll start with you, Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, members of council, Mr. Vanderpool and Mr. Kajubski. Unfortunately, Kate couldn't be with us this evening. She's under the weather, so she sends her regards. But wanted to let you know that I'm very excited to be here to host our Employee Award ceremony before you all. So thank you for this opportunity to announce and celebrate our employees receiving 2023 recognition awards. The City of Sterling Heights takes great pride in recognizing and celebrating our exceptional employees who consistently demonstrate exemplary performance and go above and beyond their responsibilities to contribute to the success of the city and also the well-being and the happiness of all of the residents and businesses that call Sterling Heights home. These are the individuals who really embrace the city's mission of innovating living. And as we present tonight's awards, we commend them for their exceptional work ethic and their unwavering dedication. So the format for tonight's presentation is going to be that we'll first invite our department directors and supervisors up to announce and present their department level awardees. Then we'll announce the citywide Part-Time Employee of the Year, Outstanding Performance of the Year, Full-Time Employee of the Year, Administrator of the Year, and finally, the Office/Department of the Year. After all of the awards are presented and the photos have been taken with the honorees' department leadership, we will request a brief recess and invite all of you to join us for a group shot with all of this year's distinguished honorees out in the lobby. So to help us get the ceremony started, the first departmental award I would like to invite to the podium our Library Director, Tammy Turgeon, to come and announce the recipient of the Sterling Heights Public Library Employee of the Year Award.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor, members of City Council, Mr. Vanderpool, Mr. Koszubski, and residents. I'm honored tonight to recognize Karen Stein as the 2023 Library Employee of the Year. Karen has been on the library staff for over 26 years. She started as a substitute librarian in 1997, and the following year, she took a part-time librarian position working in the Youth Services Department. With this position, she worked at the reference desk. She led library programs for our youngest residents and developed collections of books like the beginning readers and board books. A few years later, she moved to a part-time librarian position working in technical services, where she cataloged materials and worked with the maintenance of the library's collections. In 2013, Karen was promoted to Public Services Area Coordinator, where she supervises all of the Public Services staff members who provide reference services and programming for our residents. Karen has a great staff, and she's always working on behalf of her staff to give them the resources necessary to be able to provide our residents with excellent service. She wants her staff to enjoy what they are doing as much as she does. She treats her staff members with respect and encourages their ideas for making improvements. She is a good listener, a great supervisor, and an excellent librarian. Karen always keeps our patrons at the forefront of everything that she does. She knows many of our patrons' names, and their children's names too, when they come to the library. That's a connection that you just can't find in many aspects of life today. She does it all, providing reference services at the service desk in adult and youth services, scheduling staff, assisting with programs, and anything that administration needs help with. She attends meetings when I'm not available, provides input for service and policy decisions, and she's still able to keep a smile on her face. Karen and I even did story time programs for a month while a staff member was on leave. We had a great time, and we think the kids did too. Even when I asked Karen to do unusual things like dress up as a butterfly for a video we did with SHTV, she does them because she has a heart for service. Karen does not hesitate to step up when needed and is always thinking outside the box to better serve our patrons. Karen's dedication to serving everyone, whether they are young or old, is amazing. She is an exemplary employee, and we're very fortunate to have her on our staff. I'm proud to not only call her a coworker, but a great friend. Congratulations, Karen.
Good evening. When people ask me what I like most about working at the library, my response is that every day is different. I'm fortunate to have the opportunity each day to make connections with our community members, to work with the great library staff, and work in collaboration with other departments, which makes all the difference in my day. I'm grateful to my director, Tammy, both a great colleague and a friend, for her guidance and for allowing me the opportunity and flexibility to grow as a professional. It is all of these things and more that make my job so rewarding. It truly is a privilege to work for the city of Sterling Heights as well as being a resident. Thank you for this recognition.
And now I'd like to invite to the podium our Parks and Recreation Director, Kyle Langlois, to introduce his departmental awardees.
Thank you, Melanie, and good evening, Mayor Taylor, members of council, and all gathered here tonight. As you may or may not know, the Parks and Recreation Department utilizes well over 200 part-time employees each year to help us carry out all of our programs and events. Some of those employees are very specific to certain roles, yet others have the capacity and ability to support our department in a variety of ways, which I affectionately refer to as a Swiss Army knife type of employee. Today, it is my pleasure to congratulate one of those Swiss Army knife employees. Katie LaChance as the department's part-time Employee of the Year. Since being hired in 2016, Katie has positioned herself as an instrumental part of our organization, where she has performed a variety of tasks in increasingly elevated positions. It would be impressive to hear the list of all the roles that she has taken on at some point during her tenure, but that list would be way too lengthy to share tonight. And probably be much easier to share a list of things that she has not done for our department, because there are very few of those roles. Highlighting some of her notable roles, Katie has been a key member of the Music in the Park event team, has taught Little Learners classes on a substitute basis, works at the welcome desk as a program assistant, and has taken the lead on running a number of programs for our younger residents, including the very popular Sporties for Shorties and Indoor Adventures. But what maybe sets Katie apart from the rest is her compassion and work done with the Adaptive Recreation Program. Whether it is working the monthly dances, Prep Like a Pro classes, or something else, the participants light up when they see Miss Katie and are very sad on the off chance that she is not available to work. The love for the adaptive recreation participants that exudes from Katie with every interaction is heartwarming, inspirational, and something that every employee should strive to emulate. However, it is not just what she does for the department that makes her deserving of this award, but it is who she is and how she carries herself. Katie is known by many of our younger staff members as the mom of the group, but in a complimentary way, of course. Not only do they talk to Katie to learn from her, but Katie also is known to supply staff with baked goods and treats every week for Music in the Park. And God help her if she can't make it to work that week, because she will never hear the end of it. Her previous experiences and background also make her who she is today, having a teaching degree, being a mother, being a Sterling Heights resident, and also being the daughter of a former city manager. Katie truly gets what we do and appreciates the efforts that are put forth by the department, driving her to go the extra mile in any effort to further the department's success. Katie is also a staunch advocate for the city and everything offered to our residents, from Parks and Recreation to the library to public safety and beyond. She is proud to be both a resident and an employee and tells everyone about how great this city is whenever she has an opportunity. On behalf of the superintendents, supervisors, and specialists, it is with gratitude that I say thank you and well done to Katie for her service to the Parks and Recreation Department. Given the scope of what our department offers each and every day, we can only be as good as our frontline staff, and Katie is a shining example of just how good we can be. I am proud to close this presentation by once again congratulating Katie LaChance on being named this year's Parks and Recreation Department's Part-Time Employee of the Year.
Okay, I'm going to try to do this without crying. Thank you all so much. Kyle is the best director to work for. Ken and I might fight about it sometimes, but I never come to work without feeling supported, loved, and appreciated by him every single day with whatever I do, and I value that so much. And I love all the supervisors and superintendents that I work with who collaborate with me and let me grow my programs and trust me to do my job. And I love my job. I come every day to work happy. It has been the best joy of my life. As he mentioned, my dad was a city manager for my entire life, and I watched his passion and pride that he took in his job, not realizing that I would one day kind of follow in his footsteps in a little way. And I love contributing to this community because you all have created such a great community where everyone feels loved and accepted. And I'm proud to be a part of it. So thank you so much, all of you. And to my family.
All right. So now I get the honor of standing before you to present our full-time Employee of the Year. And every year it reminds me of just how blessed I am to lead a collection of dedicated public servants that truly care about the residents that we serve each and every day. Today, I get the honor of recognizing our department's clerk typist, Mary Zito as the Parks and Recreation Department's full-time Employee of the Year. Mary Zito started with the department in 2019 as we were in the thick of recreating recreation construction, entering our semi-disjointed world down at Fillmore Elementary. She came to us in a part-time role after decades of service in the retail industry, and from day one, it was the high priority on customer service that has endeared Mary to her coworkers and the residents she serves by phone, email, and at the counter. As she approaches 5 years of service to our organization, Mary has already seen and been part of so much change and growth, which she accepts and embraces without fail. After only 2 years, her work ethic and desire to take on a higher role came to fruition as she became full-time in 2021 to better support the department's efforts of coordinating the newly acquired youth baseball and softball league. This is just one of so many examples of Mary taking on any task that we feel is in the best interest of the department, whether in an office setting or even in the parks for events. In addition to the exponential growth of program registrations that she leads the charge on, Mary has also gracefully and effectively taken on the task of managing the dog park pass database for ensuring that passes get renewed, and more importantly, that all registered dogs have current license and vaccination paperwork on file. Mary has stepped up to working parking lots for Music in the Park when we were in a bind. She has taken on a number of tasks for our continuously growing Sterling Frights Halloween party. And when we came calling, needing a responsible and capable staff member to assist with the transportation logistics at Sterling Fest, Mary again jumped right in to be in the middle of Utica Road every day of the festival, directing buses and making sure that our patrons got safely to and from City Center. But again, it's not just her body of work that makes her deserving of this year's departmental award. It is how she conducts herself each and every day. Mary loves music and is always singing. Fun fact about Mary is that she doesn't sing Jingle Bells during the holiday season. Rather, only during the other 10 months of the year. Speaking of music, Mary has assumed the role of my unofficial entertainment scout for future band bookings. It is not uncommon for me to receive a text message of musical clips from a band she is watching at a local establishment, no matter the time of day or night, for that matter. Mary also moves at a speed that fits right in with the fast-paced Parks and Recreation Department. She walks with purpose and knows that the faster she gets done with one task, the faster she can move on to another, which is, I'm sure, something that she took from her days in retail, covering multiple stores and the dreaded holiday season. Mary greets everyone with a smile and a salutation every opportunity she gets, and relishes being part of the Parks and Recreation team. In addition to doing whatever is needed for our organization, she participates in all of the team-building events, whether during work or even after hours, for things like wrapping presents for foster children or getting some food and drink after long days of events that are worked. In closing, Mary continues to make a positive impact on our department each and every day. As a resident of Sterling Heights, she undoubtedly understands the important work that we do in the Parks and Recreation Department and makes sure that everything she does reflects our mission. I can confidently say that our department is better because of her, and it is for all of these reasons and more that I am excited to honor Mary Zito as this year's Parks and Recreation Department Full-Time Employee of the Year.
Good evening. I am honored and very humbled to be recognized for my performance. I am truly blessed to be in a fantastic department. It is ever-changing and never boring, and I really feel very thankful for being recognized for the contributions that I've given to Parks and Recreation. And I really do appreciate it, and I am very, very thankful. So I'm hoping for many more years, and I thank all of you. And thank you very much, Kyle. He truly is the best.
And now I'd like to invite our DPW Director, Michael Moore, to the podium to introduce the DPW honorees for this year.
Thank you, Melanie, and good evening, everybody. Council and residents here and residents watching on TV. It's good to see everybody. It's been some time, so Happy New Year to everybody. Bonnie Rao is a part-time clerk at the DPW, who has been with us for 2 years, yet it seems much longer because she fits in so well with everyone. Right from the beginning, Bonnie needed little direction and quickly completed any task she was presented with. Bonnie always maintains such a positive attitude with residents and employees that you can often find DPW employees conversing with her throughout the day because she's so approachable. At DPW, we have quite the family atmosphere, and she fits right in. So much that she likes to joke around with staff and is even known to pull a few lighthearted pranks. The other day, I found Elf on the Shelf in my office, which I'm starting to understand, I think, where that came from. She's a joy to work with and a great asset for not only DPW, but the city as a whole. Her interactions with residents is with the utmost respect and courtesy. We're lucky to have her. Thank you, Bonnie, for your diligent work you do, but also for simply being a joy around the office, your laughter, and your positive encouragement when we're under duress. So glad you're part of our team. A well-deserved award for a genuinely great person. Thank you, Bonnie.
No speech.
No speech. No speech.
Corey McKinney is a full-time tree inspector in the Street Services Division. Corey has been with the DPW for almost 6 years and has served as his tree inspector for the last 3 years. As we all know very well, reforestation of the city is a top priority, and there is no better person to be the tip of the spear at the DPW. Corey oversees our tree contractors for removals, trimming, and planting. He also inspects and leads the crew every day that maintain all of the city's right-of-way trees. He personally handles residents' inquiries in person every time at every resident's house, advising each resident of tree health, necessary maintenance, or any other tree-related questions that they may have. It's very common for us at DPW to receive calls from residents commenting on how nice Corey was when he showed up, how pleasant he is, how knowledgeable he is. Very common for us to receive those. Corey is furthering his education and studying to become a certified arborist. So soon the DPW will have a full-time arborist. And it doesn't end at trees. Any other service requests in the Streets Division, Corey is quick to act and respond when requested. In fact, he's one of the many DPW employees that probably had 2 to 4 hours of sleep this past weekend for plowing snow, and that's a tough job. So we thank you, Corey, for keeping the roads clear for everybody so we can all get here. Most importantly, he's a family man. He spends a lot of time with his family, including being the head coach of his son's football team. In fact, I was the coach of my son's football team, and last year we played together, or against each other, and Corey kicked our butts. But that's all right. Pretty cool, though. He's a great asset for the DPW. Thank you, Corey, for being honestly such a positive influence with all of the residents and all of your colleagues, myself included. You're a pleasure to talk to every time we see each other in the shop, and great to be around. Thank you, Corey.
Thank you, council. Thank you, management, Director Moore. I'd like to thank my supervisor, Ken Schwartz. Thank all the residents for all the nice calls. Sometimes I try the best, but you know, you can only do what you could do, but I could never do anything without my fellow employees, so I'd like to thank them. They make everything possible. They don't get the credit they deserve, but a lot of times they're the ones that are doing majority of the work with me. So I'd also like to thank my wife and my two boys, my wife Rachel, my son Jackson, and my son Bryson for putting up with the late night calls, for the call-in for snow, storm damage, whatever it may be, the long hours, 16-hour shifts, stuff like that. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Next up, we have our Fire Department Awards, and I'd like to invite Fire Chief Kevin Edmond to make his remarks.
Thank you, Melanie. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Mr. Vanderpool. I'm here this evening to speak about two individuals from the fire department who have gone above and beyond delivering service to their peers in the community. These individuals have shown integrity, trustworthiness, collaboration, and a passion for the fire service. It's my pleasure to recognize these two individuals who are chosen by their peers for possessing these qualities and their dedication to service in the residents of the community. Unfortunately, they could not be here tonight to receive their awards, so I would like to tell you why they received their awards. The first one is Firefighter of the Year, Thomas Nowicki. Tom leads by example through his hard work and his willingness to learn. He is very knowledgeable in all aspects of his job and frequently goes above and beyond his role to improve the organization. His hardworking nature and his ability to problem solve significantly contributes to our success of the department, and he is widely respected by his peers. Officer of the Year is Tracy Davis. Tracy has always been a model employee. She is one of the most dedicated and dependable employees. She is a person who is always doing the right thing when no one else is looking. Tracy transferred to the Fire Prevention Bureau a year ago. During this time, she has done an amazing job. When Tracy finds a problem, she works diligently to solve it. She's always gives 110%. She has carried this mentality through her whole career. Every day, Tracy is trying to make the fire department and the community a safer and better place for us through our fire prevention skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Edmond. Next up, we have the Police Department Awards, and I'd like to invite to the podium our Interim Chief Ken Pappas to introduce their awardees.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Vanderpool, thank you again. I get the honor tonight to introduce 4 awards, one of them being the Patrol Officer of the Year Award. This officer, to let you know a little about him, he was born in Iraq. Him and his family became citizens of the United States in 2007. They moved to Sterling Heights when he was 14 years old. He attended Stevenson High School. He speaks 3 languages. And this is Officer Natan Batu, who's assigned to our afternoon shift of the Patrol Division. Officer Batu, when asked why he became a police officer, he stated that the Iraqi police were known for bullying the innocent. He wanted to be a police officer to change that perception for his community. To protect the innocent, knowing he was doing God's work while serving the community he lives in. This is a great honor for me. Officer Batu joined us in May of 22. He's only been with us for a short while. He has been nominated for Officer of the Year twice. I know that because I nominated him both times, along with several other officers. Officer Batu, since he's been here, has made over 70 arrests of persons in possession of illegal handguns while on patrol. It's something I've never seen in 30 years of being a police officer. He's got a skill set that surpasses anything I've ever witnessed. He does not keep this to himself. As a leader, he has shared this information and indications of how someone is possessing a weapon with other officers at roll calls. When he works a 2-man unit, when manpower allows, he shows other officers how to detect when someone has a weapon. His professionalism and work ethic is contagious, and he has effectively and efficiently created an environment around him that encourages others through shared success to work just as hard. Officer Batu has received merit citations and a life-saving award during his short tenure here in Sterling Heights. We did steal him from the Detroit Police Department. I left that part out. He's a member of our core team. He's been used in numerous situations for translation. He comes to work every day with a positive attitude and a dedication to making the community he serves safer. That is why Officer Patu was chosen as Officer of the Year.
Yes, sir. First, I want to thank the members of City Council, City Attorney, the Mayor, and the Manager. Thank you for having me here. This is a great honor. I'm blessed. I want to thank my supervisors, the Acting Chief Pappas and Sergeant Lynn, along with my coworkers. I couldn't have done it without them. They've been supporting me since I got here. Lastly, I want to thank my family members. Obviously, they played a crucial role in everything I do out here. Just knowing they have my back means everything to me. So especially my fiance, Megan. So thank you all for supporting me, and I'll keep doing what I do. Thank you.
Next up is our Command Officer of the Year. This person I was actually hired with on August 16th, 1999. When selecting a nominee for the Annual Employee Recognition Awards, our general order lists many traits that this person should display. And Sergeant Margaret Courtley checks all the boxes. The quality and consistency of Sergeant Courtley's work is second to none. She is an active road supervisor who has no issues handling her diverse duties. All assignments, shift statistics, investigations, and performance evaluations are completed on time and without need for revision. Sergeant Courtley is also quick to recognize exemplary work in her subordinates, always submitting them for recommendations for their actions at work. Sergeant Courtley is also constantly looking for ways to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of the police department. She does this through research and effective communication. She is engaged with the shift and leads by example, modeling the type of work ethic this department seeks of all its employees. This was displayed this year in her relentless search for a missing suicidal female reported before her shift began. Sergeant Courtley, who had no involvement with the run or was with the current search, took it upon herself to investigate and search for the female. Sergeant Courtley, several hours later, not only found the female, but likely saved her life as she was found with significant self-inflicted wounds alone in a vehicle in a parking lot of a hotel. Sergeant Courtley supervises a younger group of officers and has built a rapport with them that supersedes the generational gap. And she relates with them remarkably. They are always quick to seek her advice and direction, and affectionately have begun to refer to her as Meemaw. Sergeant Courtley has had a distinguished career that included 2 stints in the Detective Bureau, serving as an FTO supervisor, but her commitment to the city doesn't end at work. She is extremely active in the Fraternal Order of Police Lodge, serving on the board for 19 years. She coordinates and runs the annual Cops and Kids Christmas shopping event that the Lodge hosts each year. Not only does this bring joy to the disadvantaged children in the community, but reflects positively on our department. The list of reasons why Sergeant Courtley deserves this award could go on indefinitely. That is why she is so deserving to be named Command Officer of the Year.
Well, thank you, City Council. Thank you, Acting Chief Captain Pappas. I'm going to forgive you for the Meemaw. That was just a midnight shift thing, but obviously it's been announced to the world. Thank you. I wouldn't be here without my shift. My midnight shift is great. We have a great group of men and women working it. My fellow sergeants, and especially my lieutenant, Dave Ormachea, they do mean a lot to me. They what make me a better sergeant every day. I am so thankful for this 24 years of service, as he said. Also, I was started in 1999. Thankful for this city, and I'm blessed to be here every day. So thank you very much. And of course, one more thing, I have to thank my husband, who's not here. I forgot when I got promoted to thank my husband, but I thank him, and I love him very much. And so, thank you.
Next up, Detective of the Year. This detective started working with the police department prior to us, Margaret. This detective started on August 26th of '95. While working for the department, he has earned numerous citations and commendations. He's spent time in the Macomb County SWAT team, Traffic Bureau, worked as an evidence tech, and currently as a detective. This detective is Detective Job, Eric Job, who handles crimes against persons, which means he is an advocate for the victim, and many times they are repeat victims and need more assistance throughout the process. Detective Job constantly handles approximately 225 cases. His cases are always thorough, the reports are always done in a timely fashion, and are well thought out. Detective Job is very reliable. He always helps out other detectives on their cases and volunteers to handle in-custody assignments and on-call weekends for other detectives without compensation. This year, Detective Job volunteered to assist on a cold case from 1985. He added this to his existing caseload, which actively was working a homicide, but dove right into this cold case. He read about 1,000 pages of reports, coordinated with MSP to test evidence, spent numerous hours going through old evidence from 40 years ago. The case is still being investigated, but is close to a resolution because of his hard work. I think one of the greatest compliments for a detective is, if something was to happen to one of my loved ones, I would want him to investigate it. Detective Job is that detective. That is why Detective Job has been selected as Detective of the Year.
City Council, I'd like to say thank you. I appreciate the opportunity today. Unlike the sergeant, I do have a better memory. I'd like to thank my family who's here today. But mostly I would like to thank the people, men and women that I work with. Great group of people. And I couldn't do a lot of the things that I do without them doing their job. We're a great team. So thank you very much.
Cozy, I know.
Last of the awards is a Civilian of the Year. Christine Fisher was unable to make it tonight. I have personally worked with Christine, and she was instrumental in the implementation of the new Kronos software for payroll. Chris spent numerous hours tweaking the system and working out the bugs with the numerous rules and different labor contracts within the department. Most recently, the department went to a new 975 schedule, which presented new rules and formulas for the software that Chris worked through and implemented. Chris is tasked with knowing 4 different labor contracts and making the accounting of time seamless for the department. She has accomplished this through her meticulous attention to detail. Chris goes through every time card to ensure accuracy and personally checks to see if every adjustment has been implemented. She runs custom reports to find any discrepancies with payrolls and personnel checks. Chris will adjust her time off to cutoff and deadline changes designated by payroll. She is what most employers, including myself, would call an exceptional asset to the department. Her dedication to excellence is unparalleled, and that is why she is our Civilian Employee of the Year, Christine Fisher. Thank you, Council. That concludes my presentation.
Good job, Interim Chief Captain Pappas.
Thank you. And our final departmental award tonight are the awards for the 41A District Court. So I'd like to invite Chief Judge Stephen Sarowski to the podium to introduce those.
Otherwise known as.
I'm not going to say it.
Okay.
I'm not going to say it.
I won't.
But I did
Mayor,
say,
I know you don't hear this too often, but I dare you.
But yeah, look, I was gonna say, I dare anybody out there, if they run into the sergeant, to call her Meemaw. And if they do, they're gonna end up in front of Judgy Wudgy, I'm afraid.
Don't be late tomorrow morning. Bring the checkbook.
I would say I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry.
Well, I'm gonna get you back here shortly. No, welcome. Thank you so much for that gracious introduction. No, to all the council, Mr. Koszybski, Mayor, Mr. Vanderpool, thank you. We're here tonight to honor a couple great employees. One unfortunately couldn't make it, but I'm gonna turn it over initially to Ms. Radio, our court administrator.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Koszybski, Mr. Vanderpool. Our part-time employee of the year this year is Nora Nick Preli. Unfortunately, as Judge said, she couldn't be here tonight, but I would just like to publicly recognize her for everything she does to help our court run smoothly. Nora came to us without any prior court experience whatsoever, but due to her ability to learn quickly and her tenacity to complete a job as assigned, she's now worked in our criminal, civil, and probation divisions, giving the support needed to the full-time clerks assigned there and learning about how the different processes happen within each division. She's been an asset to our court, and we look forward to her continued success here. Nora is grateful for this award, and the judge accepts it on her behalf.
We'll get to her tomorrow.
Yep. Next, please let me introduce you to the 41A District Court Full-Time Employee of the Year, Elizabeth Buss. Chances are, if you've visited or called the court through the years, you've probably spoken to Liz. She's our most veteran employee at the court, and as such, has been someone that we as administrators turn to when we need an extra hand. Liz has been a team player, helping out wherever we've needed her. Just in the 2 years that I've been there, she's worked in criminal, traffic, with weddings, and now heads up our collections and also works in accounting. Working in the public sector is a family tradition for Liz, as her mom was Judge Kosnick's court recorder, and Liz has followed in her footsteps, as she also records courtroom proceedings for us when needed, in addition to her day-to-day assignments. Liz has been excited to learn new tasks like our Collect program, or even new ways of doing old tasks, with the focus on how to make the court a great resource for our community. Liz has seen the many iterations of the 41A District Court over the years, and it is this perspective that allows her to continue to provide excellent customer service to our patrons. Liz is also known for making sure her coworkers are appreciated for the hard work they do every day. She is so committed to improving employee engagement and morale that she volunteered to represent the court on the city's Employee Engagement Committee, making sure that our employees' voices are heard too. Please help me welcome Liz Buss to the podium to receive her award.
Oh, yeah. Before we present this award, I just want to state that I deal with a Liz during the day and a Liz during the night.
And I've heard it for 20 years.
No, I don't know who has it worse. I think they do. But anyway, no. What a distinct honor and pleasure. Liz is our veteran, and she's one of our go-to people. When we need an issue resolved, we go to Ms. Buss. And the last 20 years, I can personally attest to how grateful and how committed she has been. And that, as you well know, is a rare commodity in today's age, unfortunately. But I just want to personally say thank you. Thank you, thank you.
You don't know how many times I've heard, Miss Buss, Miss Buss. That's true. Thank you, thank you.
Which one's her?
The one that has her name on it.
Please.
As council, mayor, as the judge has said, I have been with the court for 20 years. It has been a great pleasure. But the best thing has been working for the city. I've been able to grow and encourage all of the girls that I work with. And I have to say, I share this with the team of girls that I work with, not just for me, but with all of them, because I couldn't get up every single morning and do this without all of them. So thank you very, very much for this. And thank you.
Just one last note, council. Your mayor pro tem has a birthday coming up, a significant one, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Judgy Wedgie.
Thank you, Judge. So for the last segment of our employee awards ceremony, we move on to the citywide recognition awards. And it's important to note that each of these award recipients were nominated by their coworkers and friends. And these individuals have demonstrated hard work, dedication, going above and beyond, all while being gracious and adding positivity to the workplace. And so first up, I would like to invite our city planner, Dr. Jake Parcell, to present and announce Sterling Heights Part-Time Employee of the Year.
Thank you, Melanie, Mayor Taylor, members of council, Mr. Vanderpool, Mr. Koszubski. I'm thrilled to be here tonight to announce Walt Guerin as the city's part-time employee of the year. It's fitting tonight that we had a swearing in of police officers and discussed the police department here because Walt was one of them for 27 years. We were lucky enough a year and a half ago to steal him into city development, where he's one of our part-time code officers and has been an invaluable member of our team. He was brought in to help launch our Elevate program with City Development Director Jason Castor. He goes to large sites and plazas throughout the city, bringing them into code compliance. Often one of the first faces they see when they go on different property reinvestments and working with the rest of the team. And he's the perfect liaison to send out to do that. He's made lasting changes to our city's zoning ordinance. He's worked with us in the ordinance that you saw on shipping containers and storage, helping provide safe and thoughtful solutions for many of our industrial property owners throughout the city. I polled the city development staff to get some words about Walt, and the words that came up are diligent, knowledgeable, kind, and personable, the exact kind of person you want to see in the field. Additionally, from Dana, you are committed to the organization as proven by your service and track record here, enthusiastic, and not only resourceful in finding problems, but working with people to find identifying solutions that come up with them as well. On a personal note, Walt, who was here, now I learned just 3 months before I was, had his folding table next to my desk when I started, and he was the perfect person to help bring me into city development, talking about me becoming a father, talking about Michigan State basketball, and I really appreciate him for being one of the first people I see every day. So, Walt, go green, congratulations, and we couldn't be happier to have you.
City Council, thank you very much for having me tonight. I'd like to thank my supervisors, Jason and Dana, but I really could not do what I do without the support of the staff in city development, especially city planning. I bug them constantly with questions. We shoot ideas back and forth, and I honestly couldn't do it without them. Thank you.
And next up, I'd like to invite our city manager, Mark Vanderpool, who will announce our next and final 4 awards: the Sterling Heights Outstanding Performance of the Year, Full-Time Employee of the Year, Administrator of the Year, and Department of the Year. Mark?
Thank you very much, Melanie. I have good news and bad news. The bad news is I'm going to be a little longer than most of the speakers tonight. But the good news is not as long as Kyle. So thank you, Mayor and City Council. I have the distinct privilege of introducing the next award categories, starting with our Outstanding Performance of the Year Award, and that's going to go to Todd McCovis. Todd started with the city as a laborer in DPW in 2007. He rose through the ranks and recently was promoted from Facility Maintenance Superintendent to Facilities Maintenance Manager, which he is now. And this is a tall order. We have 19 public facilities that Todd and his team have to manage. And you can imagine with these buildings ranging from courtrooms, city hall, fire stations, parks and recreation, police station, DPW building, velocity, and so many more. This is a never-ending assignment. Somehow, Todd leads this daunting effort with little or no trouble. He has an amazing can-do spirit that leaves everyone he encounters with a positive impression. But don't take it from me. Here's what some are saying about Todd. And this comes from Kristen Messing in the Sterling Heights Police Department. She's our lean coordinator. And she says, I'm incredibly grateful to Todd for ensuring all contractors and designated employees go through the required security screening for all of our facility access. And as you could imagine, that's a pretty rigorous process in and of itself. I can only assume that Todd, which he coordinates so seamlessly, all the contractors and others who have to get all the required security clearances, that he takes the diligence that he does with this function with all of his job duties. He's professional, kind, and always has a smile on his face. And then our interim chief, Ken Pappas, states, no matter what the issue or problem that I would call him for, his response was always the same. What can I do to help? Without complaint or hesitation, he would take on whatever it was to keep smooth operations at the police department. And this comes from Kyle Langloy, who you heard from earlier, and who I poked fun at. I'm trying to beat Kyle. He knows something about everything, even if he doesn't have exact experience with an item. There's a parallel from somewhere in his history that he digs up to take care of the problem. Todd cares. He picks up the phone when called. He stays late, comes in early, and truly wants to do what's best for the organization, even if there's a financial cost to what is best and easiest for everyone involved. He values collaboration. I think the operative word there is collaboration. He is a great collaborator. And this is from Tammy Turgeon, our library director. Todd is very approachable and is always willing to assist when needed. He's very patient and can explain complicated mechanical issues so that lay people like me can understand and never makes you feel stupid. Although I have to say, I've felt stupid a few times talking with Todd on various issues. And this comes from Gordy Felsack, our facility maintenance mechanic. Todd has many qualities for effective leadership, and I think this sums it up very nicely. Accountability, courage, communication, flexibility, empathy, focus, trust, respect, problem solving, patience, passion, and an eager to learn. And I just want to say in closing, from my vantage point, I really appreciate Todd's work ethic. He is always working hard 24/7. The past few days are no exception. He and his team were hard at work making sure all of our buildings were open. And it always amazes me when I get a call, it could be 2, 3 in the morning, often it is. I've never experienced someone so chipper and happy at 2, 3 in the morning solving a problem. This pride is reflected in every city facility, including these council chambers that we're in tonight, the entire City Hall complex, and the city campus as a whole. You can't help but walk around and notice the many focal points that we have: decorating, landscaping, cleanliness, and other aesthetically pleasing features. The next time you're taking a walk around, please take note of Todd's good work and, of course, his team as well. So I'm honored to present Todd Markovis with the Outstanding Performance of the Year Award this evening.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Jazuski, mostly I think I have to thank my team. Outstanding performance is mostly by those guys. They help make me look good, so it's pretty easy. Like to thank my wife. The old saying is, behind every successful man is a great wife, rolling her eyes. She does that quite a bit for me, so. She probably was, wasn't she? Thank you very much. I appreciate this and well honored. Thank you for the kind words from everybody, and thank you.
And moving on, I promised the individuals this evening I would not turn this into a roast. So I'll try to avoid that with the next person, but I can't assure that with the following person. Next, I'm really honored to introduce the Employee of the Year Award, and this goes to Megan Ahern, no surprise. Megan started her affiliation with the city in 2006, working 2 elections as an election worker. And then she started in 2011 full-time as a temporary elections clerk in the clerk's office. And then she was promoted from management services specialist to special projects coordinator within city management. Here's just a sampling of the many projects that Megan is helping to coordinate at the moment. Our Visioning 2040 plan, which you're going to be hearing much more about, and we've been talking about the last couple of years. Strategic planning this year, which is going to turn out to be one of our best yet. She has helped organize and did an incredible amount of work with our Safe Homes Task Force, which is really a model for communities all across the state. She's hard at work on the new Veterans Memorial, which we're going to be debuting very soon. She's worked hard to better organize and train and enhance retention and recruitment for our boards and commissions, which is a tall order. And now she's helping to organize our Artificial Intelligence Task Force, which is no small task either. In addition to overseeing the daily matters in our city management office, Megan provides support to the mayor and the city council. And here's what some of them had to say, and I know you all share these thoughts and comments. Now, I had to edit some of this. First, Councilwoman Zarko said, Megan assists all departments and city council whenever asked. She's willing to put aside her own work, now I know why I can't get things done, to help others complete projects. She makes herself available 24/7. And Councilwoman Schmidt said, Megan goes above and beyond to make sure City Council has everything it needs, regardless of whether it's during work hours or not. Megan also is a coordinator between city management and all other departments, making sure everyone is on the same page scheduling-wise, and that's a tough assignment. She is a great ambassador for the city while dealing with the public. Megan is always willing to volunteer for various events, being a true team player. And Councilman Yanez said, Megan goes above and beyond her duties working with staff and elected officials. She is always organized and help others to be organized as well. Her many tasks are always completed and well done. She's knowledgeable and professional at all times. To me and many others, she is invaluable. And Lauren Moore, our management services specialist, had this to say about Megan, which sums it up really nicely. Megan is just plain awesome. She juggles so much and wears so many hats seamlessly that I would give her this award every year. Below is what I said in the nomination. I'll summarize it briefly. Megan goes above and beyond in everything she does. She's an amazing peer, trainer, liaison, advocate, resource, and more. The residents love her, and people around here seem to as well. Megan is always the go-to person for individuals within the organization. I think she's the right kind of weird. I didn't say that, Lauren said that. And Megan adds that special bit of personality other cities should be jealous of. And I concur. I've personally experienced some of Megan's weirdness. Most notably, her infatuation with snakes, which frankly scare me to death. And Megan one day brought this into my office. And I kid you not, I screamed. I literally screamed. And headed toward the back door. I should say sprinted toward the back door. But Megan is this is how kind she is. Megan is helping me overcome this fear. You're supposed to conquer your fears. On Bring Your Dog to Work Day, which is another day that kind of scares me. Megan, instead of bringing a dog, she doesn't have a dog. She brings in her python. And so far, I've been able to get within 20 feet of it. But I'm working on it. I do keep this on my desk every day. I agree with all the attributes City Council and Megan's co-workers have bestowed on her, and I appreciate Megan's hard work and ability to keep me on task. While I really don't like it when Megan yells at me for messing up meetings that I try to schedule on my own, or for wallowing too long in the meetings, and she might yell at me tonight, I do appreciate your frankness, Megan. So I'm honored to present you with the Employee of the Year Award.
Award. I didn't really prepare anything, but I do want to thank everyone for their kind words. And while I appreciate the recognition, that's definitely not why I'm doing this job. I love serving the public. I love helping any way that I possibly can. A lot of that came from my parents who are here tonight with me. And I want to thank my parents and my husband and my kids, and all the support from home really helps as well. Additionally, I would not be where I'm at without all of the wonderful people that I work with. That's what keeps me going every day. I come in every single day. I spend more time with people here than I do with my own family, and I really appreciate that I have the opportunity. So thank you very much.
Okay, here again, I promise not to roast the next individual. This award, I'm really honored to present. It's a great privilege every year, and it's the Administrator of the Year Award. This individual, Jason Castor, our City Development Director, started with the city as a high school intern within engineering 26 years ago, believe it or not. And he transferred from co-op role to the GIS intern within engineering and just kept growing in the organization. In 2018, he was promoted from City Development Manager to City Development Director. He's in charge of a very wide scope of work, including building, economic development, engineering, neighborhood services, planning, Community Development Block Grant Program, better known as CDBG, and all the functions within those areas. It's a tall order. Some of the employees in the department had this to say about Jason, and this comes from Renee Rosen, our management assistant in building. In all my years working with Jason, I have never seen him lose his temper, which is so true. He's had cause on more than one occasion to lose his cool, but I've never seen it. Keeping calm and diffusing a situation is one of his greatest gifts. He has an open door policy. I've gone into his office to speak with him on many occasions, and he's never thrown me out and has never left me with the impression that I'm bothering him. Again, that's from Renee. And this comes from Brent, our city engineer, who says, Jason is dependable. He takes an analytical approach to problem solving. He brings a calm approach. He has a great understanding of the organization, and he respects everyone's role. And from my vantage point, I could not agree any more on all those points. Jason is everything that employees have stated and so much more. He's a great family man and takes pride in talking about his kids' accomplishments and endless hockey tournaments. He was just in Chicago at a hockey tournament this weekend and could hardly make it back with all the weather going on. Somehow, Jason has found the right work-life balance, and it's been a great success for him. As calm and mild-mannered as Jason is, the profession and father time can be hard on directors. Recently, I was perusing an old employee photo directory. And this was late one night. I don't even know why I was doing it. It's just a couple weeks ago. And was struck by how some of us has aged over the last 20 years, myself included. So, for example, here's a picture of me 20 years ago when I started in Sterling Heights. And obviously things have changed.
That's not true.
And here's a picture of Jason 26 years ago. And obviously things have changed. Thankfully, Jason's kids are not here tonight, nor is his wife. But what Jason forgot after all of his 26 years of service is that we televise these meetings live. And his wife assured me they are watching. So it really is a true honor for me to provide Jason the Administrator of the Year award. I'm really grateful for his great leadership and service.
A great photo.
They're leaving.
Are we gonna leave that up the entire time? Okay. All right, you know, I think Mark started off in saying that this wasn't gonna be a roast, but I think that quickly kind of changed here in the last presentation. But just, you know, thank council, city manager, all employees, thanks for this recognition. It's truly an honor and very humbling to receive this award. You know, just looking at this picture, I mean, I don't think much has changed. I mean, it's a pretty great looking guy, you know, maybe missing a chain and an earring, but, you know, I can't think really too much of what might have changed.
not at all.
But, you know, looking back at this picture just reminds me of my career, starting back with the city all those years ago, and having to make a very tough decision back then when I was pushing carts for Target and deciding that I should retire and pursue a career in local government. You know, this was also before the invention of the automatic carts that you see out there, which look really cool to use. You know, put them all in there. Where back in the day, you just had to get a couple guys and just push them through as hard as you could. But you know, in the end, I think I made the right decision, and I attribute that to the years that I've been with the city. Just kind of went by in a blink. And I attribute that also to the great employees, current and former, those that were retired, that I've worked with throughout the years. And I also have to thank my city development team. They're great. Couldn't do it without them. From that front end staff that greets the residents, business owners, developers when they come in, all the way to those managers and supervisors that dedicate their you know, jobs every day to helping, providing the customer service that we as a city have come to expect and just see out of them. And for that, I am very grateful for their work that they've helped me out with as well. And just in closing, I'd like to congratulate all of our awardees and nominees today. You know, all of you keep up the great work, and thank you very much.
I had a great hairline when I was that age, too.
Okay, I promise no more roasting this evening. I'm really honored to conclude with this award, and it is the Department of the Year Award. And they look great. And this goes to the Finance and Budget Office. And it consists of 5 distinct departments, much of which we often take for granted. These are the unsung heroes of our organization that keep things ticking financially and in perfect condition financially. We always get high marks in our audit, in our budgets, and it's because of this great team. There's a total of 40 employees, ranging from 3 months of experience to over 20 years of experience. And some of the major processes include payroll, and they generate over 26,000 payroll checks annually with few, if any, glitches. Accounts payable, and they process 17,000 of those annually. Property tax collection, and that's 90,000 tax payments processed annually. Utility billing, which is over 500,000 water bills processed annually. Budget preparation and monitoring, and as I've mentioned, we get high marks in all these areas, including for the last 37 years consecutively, we've won the Government Finance Officers Association and National Association Distinguished Budget Award for 37 years. They process our total budget, which is $250 million. Now, that doesn't include our pension funds and all of our other ancillary funds. If you include that, it's close to $800 million. They process 1,500 purchase orders annually and 48,000 assessment notices annually. And they manage so much more, including over 1,000 retirees, pension checks, and other pension and employment benefit recipients. So they manage a lot every day, every year. They do it with pride. They do it with humbleness. They do it with great expertise, without a lot of attention. And it's all led by their great individual, Jennifer Varney, who's our Budget and Finance Director. And she's now going to talk a little bit more about her great department and her team members. And I introduce to you Jennifer Varney.
Thank you, Mark. On behalf of the entire finance team, about half of which are here tonight, I'd like to thank City Council and City Administration for this recognition. Now, if you were to ask the public to list their priorities for city government, processing an invoice, issuing a paycheck, or collecting property taxes probably wouldn't make their top 5. But it is the completion of these critical behind-the-scenes functions that really enables the police and fire department to respond to 911 calls and the public works department to fix roads and plow snow. The 40-person staff of the finance office works tirelessly every day to ensure these and many other tasks are performed efficiently and accurately, enabling city government to continue to function. And like other city departments, along with their plethora of regular tasks, we are always looking for ways to improve. And some of the most recent accomplishments of the finance office include the seamless transition, from quarterly to monthly water bills, behind-the-scenes administration of the meter replacement program and the implementation of WaterSmart, the conversion of the city chart of accounts to a brand-new state-mandated format, the implementation of new grant management software and contract management software, the implementation of the 975 and 980 schedules within the payroll system, and ensuring that 100% of eligible manufacturers submitted their required exemption forms for the past 2 years, and the uploading and updating of residential photos of properties. And lastly, the collection of over 290,000 of delinquent invoices through an improved in-house collection process. And all of this was accomplished with the highest degree of accuracy and integrity, which is exemplified, as Mr. Vanderpool said, with the receipt of the Distinguished Budget Award for 37 years, the Excellence in Financial Reporting Award for 35 years in a row, continuing the standard of receiving unmodified audit opinions, and maintaining our excellent AA bond rating from S&P. And so now, just quickly, I'd like to ask members of the departments to stand up and be recognized. First, I'd like to ask Utility Services to stand up, and you guys can remain standing. and Financial Services. And the Treasury Office. And Assessing. And last but not least, Purchasing, as he's back there hiding. So I'd like to sincerely thank all of you for your hard work and for attending tonight and join me in accepting this award. Thank you.
So while they're getting their photo, let's give another big round of applause for all of the recipients of tonight's employee awards. And as we wrap up our recognition ceremony, we would like to thank you again, Mayor Taylor, members of council, City Manager Vanderpool, City Attorney Kajubski. We thank you for your time and your continued support of our employees. Each of the recipients announced this evening are well-deserving and exemplify our efforts to make Sterling Heights a welcoming community and a destination of choice for all residents, businesses, and visitors. I would also like to thank my team members in community relations for their work in helping to coordinate this event and make it a success. Congratulations once again to all of the award recipients. And at this time, we would like to request a brief recess to council, so council members can join us in the lobby for a group photo with all of tonight's recipients. And that will conclude tonight's presentation.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Davis. We do have a suggested action tonight. Councilors, is there anyone that would like to make that motion?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Sarowski.
Resolved to congratulate and thank all of the employees receiving awards for outstanding performance in 2023.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Just very briefly, I'd like to again congratulate all awardees and their families. Great job. Thank you for all your work that you do for the city, and we are honored to have you as those that represent us in our government. Thank you again.
Thank you. Council, anyone else? Well, we certainly could not have the city, the services, and the community that we have without the work of our employees. Thank you so much from the bottom of all of our hearts. On behalf of 135,000 residents, we thank you so very much. So council, with no further discussion, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We will recess for probably 7 or 8 minutes. We'll try to come back at 9 p.m. sharp. We're going to go out to the lobby, take a few pictures, so we'll be back around 9 p.m. this meeting back to order. We will move on to the next item on our agenda tonight, which is an ordinance adoption. This is to consider adoption of an ordinance amending Article 6, Section 6.05, and Article 7, Section 7.05 of zoning ordinance number 278 to eliminate the parking space requirements for boats, trailers, and recreational vehicles in RM1 and RM2 multiple-family low-rise districts and RM3 multiple-family mid- and high-rise districts. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this item? Dr. Parcell, anything tonight?
No, Mayor.
Okay, council, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
resolve to adopt the ordinance amending Article 6, Section 6.05, and Article 7, Section 7.05 of zoning ordinance number 278 to eliminate the parking space requirements for boats, trailers, and recreational vehicles in RM1 and RM2 multiple-family low-rise districts and RM3 multiple-family mid- and high-rise districts.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Mr. Radke.
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, I think this was well explained at the last meeting. It's been a long time coming. I've been on council for 7 years, or 6.5, I guess now, and have never had to vote in favor of this, so it's good to get rid of it.
Council, anyone else? No further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Purcell. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda with the omission of item I. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on any item on the revised consent agenda? If not, council, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Support.
It's been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is a consideration item. This is to approve a real estate purchase agreement between the City of Sterling Heights and DWG Property LLC for real property commonly known as 37384 Utica Road, 37370 Utica Road, 37398 Palmer Woods Boulevard, 37330 Palmer Woods Boulevard for a cumulative purchase price of $150,000. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this item? If not, Mr. Radke,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Should I make the motion?
if you'd like to, you asked to have it
Absolutely.
taken off the agenda.
Resolve to approve the real estate purchase agreement between the City of Sterling Heights and DWG Property LLC for real property commonly known as 37384 Utica Road, 37370 Utica Road, 37398 Palmer Woods Boulevard, 37330 Palmer Woods Boulevard, and authorize the city manager or his designee to sign, as applicable, all documents required in conjunction with this approval.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Briefly, I asked for this to come off the consent agenda because I wanted to make sure that we were very clear to the people at home. This is a tremendous agreement to expand Rotary Park. It's been a long time coming. I want to congratulate city administration on the purchase price at $150,000. I think this is a steal. And I know I frequently speak to residents who love Rotary Park. I get a lot of compliments to the Parks Department for the rail there to pull your kayaks up to the parking area. I actually have had 5 or 6 people stop me and say that that's one of their favorite features of Rotary Park, which always is mind-blowing because such a simple thing can go a long way. But I wanted to speak about this because this is a further commitment, I think, by the entire city council to expand our parks program. You know, Rotary Park is a hidden asset. It's actually a very small asset on the edge of our city, and I know the city council is very actively looking to expand it because of the use, because we get so many kayakers and so many people who want to use the park. I just wanted to commend the city and thank them for this, and also just to point out to residents at home, you know, your support of the parks goes a long way, and we're able to expand Rotary Park because of it. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone else?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Yanis.
Yeah, I too agree that I think this is a great deal for the citizens to expand this. I've been adamant over the last number of years that Rotary Park is an underused park. It's a very small postage stamp sized park that you rarely see any families there using the playscape. I know people do use the park for canoeing and kayaking. but we could do much better. This is right at the corner of our city. When people enter the city, they drive right by Rotary Park, and they barely even notice anything. So we can do a lot with this property. It's overdue for its expansion. This is a good deal for the citizens, and I am proud to support it. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yanez. Anybody else, council? With no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. That concludes that portion of our agenda. We will move on to communications from citizens. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak tonight? Okay, can you, by show of hands, is that who wants to speak? Okay, we will get to everybody. We have, so I noticed some new faces in the crowd tonight. So just so you're aware, we have a 4-minute time limit for all speakers. You'll be, when you're at the podium, we ask you to speak into the microphone. If you need to adjust the microphone, please do, because it does need to be somewhat close to your mouth to pick up, or people won't hear you at home. And that will sort of defeat most of the purpose, I would think, right? So try to speak into the microphone. When 3 minutes are up, the light's going to turn from green to yellow. Then you'll have 1 minute left. When the light turns red, you can, I just ask you, please try to finish your thought. You don't have to stop speaking the second it turns red, but just finish your thought, wrap it up. We do have a number of hands that went up. It's getting late. We had a number of presentations tonight, so try to get through everybody so everybody has an opportunity to talk. If people are not respectful of the time limits, we will ask you to sit down and you'll be called out of order. And by abusing the time limits, it just doesn't do anything except for limit the number of other people who can speak and have meaningful dialogue tonight. So with that, I am going to start, just so that it's easier for me. I'm going to start on my right. I'm going to move to the center portion, and then I'll move to my left. So starting on my right, is there anyone who'd like to speak on communications from citizens? Come on up.
Hello, my name is Diane Weckerly. I'm a retired public health nurse, and I'm here tonight because I'd just like to say a few words about the water affordability legislation that's going to be voted on in Lansing, hopefully in a few months. So the first point I want to make is that the whole point of this legislation that has been very carefully crafted over the last few months by Senator Chang and a whole large group of stakeholders in weekly meetings in which they talked about all the different problems with water and how to solve them. That's where this package of bill came from. Mm-hmm. And of course, the whole point of it is because water bills and sewage bills are becoming so expensive that people are constantly complaining and having all kinds of trouble paying for them. Okay, that's the first point. The second point is that in the state, we do have support for paying other bills that are necessities of life, like heat and energy. We have a program, the MEEP program, which was passed under Governor Snyder in 2012 with bilateral support. Democrats and Republicans, everybody supported it because they recognized that energy and heat is a necessity of life. This package of bills, water bills, is using that as a template, and so it's very similar because obviously everybody knows that water is a necessity of life. You can't live without it for a morning. So today, what we have in place is the RAP program, which has been incredibly helpful to people who have, lost their job, lost a spouse, had to stay home because they had to take care of a child. And this program has been incredibly helpful. The intention of the state program is not to get rid of the RAP program. It's not to replace it, and it's not to be set up next to it. It's not to compete or duplicate it. It's to support it and strengthen it and make it financially sustainable because it is not financially sustainable now. So it will strengthen the program and provide guidelines for these programs across the state to make sure that the programs are not more than, that the bills that residents get for water and sewer are not more than 3% of their income if they are at 200% of the poverty level. So those are some of the points I wanted to make. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. Who'd like to be next on my right? Come on up.
Hi, I'm Carol Chi. I live in Sterling Heights. I'm a retired public school teacher. And I want to piggyback on what Diane said. I think when you consider this, please do not consider a resolution against these 5 bills. They are extremely important. Just imagine if you went without water. What would you do? Could you make a cup of tea, cup of coffee? Could you wash off your vegetables? Could you wash your hands? Could you take a bath? Could you take a shower? No. Could you bathe your child? Could you survive without water? No, no one can. And these 5 bills, 5 in the Senate, 5 in the House, in the State House and State Senate, they will stop water shutoffs from happening just automatically. You have to have a warning. You have to be worked with. You have to be told about the program. One of the bills will charge every person that pays, every household that pays a water bill, just $2 more a month. That's $24 a year, that's it. That is all. DTE raised their prices, I think, over $6 very recently. And after what happened last February with the power off in so many places, including my house, and we had to go stay in a hotel, my husband and myself were old, and we had a little puppy at the time. Well, I think we had to stay for like 5 days at an exorbitant rate. And we got back $35, whoop-de-doo. But we really need these bills to be passed, because right now, if you need water in your house, which you do, and the water gets turned off and you try to reconnect it, that's a 5-year felony. So one of the bills is going to eliminate that. They're going to make it, I believe it's going to be like a misdemeanor, just a civil offense. So I have about 15 or 16 copies of this, which I can leave over here, so you can each have a copy and read about these, because it explains the 5 bills a little more succinctly. But I would say, we as human beings, and we all are here, we don't want to be looked at, and in Sterling Heights, we don't want to be looked at as greedy or selfish, like some of the leaders in Macomb County. Macomb County is the only county that is rejecting this, but the leaders at the top are saying, no, we don't want to do this. And they're going around to every city and township and hamlet and saying, pass a resolution, and a couple of places have already done so. And those are places that have like 700 people that are in poverty. One of them is Roseville. I believe they passed a resolution against this. It's like, what are you doing? You're hurting your own people. You're hurting your own citizens. I was brought up not to do that. I was brought up not to be greedy and selfish, but to help my fellow man, my fellow woman, to help people out, to make sure people are not living in absolute, abject poverty. Help whenever I could. And $2 a month per household, that's a whole lot less than a cup of coffee. You pay about that much for a tea bag now. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, council members. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am Sylvia Orduno. This is my 3rd time coming to successfully. I have brought in another letter for you all today that I've passed here to the clerk. And I want to, again, echo what the last 2 residents have said. But I also want to especially emphasize, again, what is happening across Macomb County that has many of us worried as residents and advocates who've been working on the water affordability issue for many years. As I mentioned, I've been working on this since 1997 in the city of Detroit. I'm a Detroit resident, but I work with residents all over Southeast Michigan in particular, but in other places across the state. And we know that this is a statewide problem. It really is important for you all, as the 4th largest city in the state, to take a serious look at this and what it means for the residents of your community, and as such a significant city in the county of Macomb. Again, we're very much concerned about what it is that the Macomb County Public Works Commissioner is saying. We believe that many of her statements and her press releases are just factually inaccurate. This is not a tax. It's not a double tax.
there is no tax right now that any residents are paying towards their water bills through the RAP program. That was something that was decided upon through the bankruptcy court and through the memorandum of understanding between the formation of GLEWA and DWSD, or the city of Detroit. And so this is something that's built already into that budget agreement. It's 0.5% of the GLEWA's budget, which is about $4.1 million a year. And if you figure the 8 counties that are being served by the RAP program, the Water Residential Assistance Program, it is not enough to meet the needs of residents. And it is true, the Macomb County residents had not been using this much over the past few years. Many people didn't even know about it. Advertising, communication about it had been really poor. But I can tell you right now, Macomb County and all the cities and townships is one of the places that's using the program the most compared to other places. In fact, you all ran out of funding in October for RAP, even though there were residents still in need through the rest of the year. The problem is growing as more baby boomers are going to be retiring, low-income people on fixed incomes that are going to be eligible now for RAPfinity, which allows people who are seniors, eligible seniors, and people with disabilities to stay in as long as they need it. So you don't get put out after 2 years. And what we were saying is, look, give this a reasonable chance for your review, for your consideration. Please don't rush, and not that you have, because you have come here 3 times, like I said, rush to any kind of quick judgment, like what is happening in some city and townships. We're concerned about the lack of deliberation, the lack of due process, the lack of engagement with residents who are impacted. This is a serious issue for the state of Michigan, as the previous 2 folks have said. But also, this is a matter of how we ensure that our local water utilities are also protected. So yes, there's a huge case to make for residents who are in need, but one of the things that's unique in the state of Michigan, which is also different from energy utilities, is that our water utilities are publicly operated at the local level by municipal governments. And so you all have to regularly figure out how you meet the cost of operations, infrastructure costs, repairs, and all the things it takes to be able to run a system without any additional tax or revenue besides what you collect through your payments and ratepayers. This allows you to be able to take off the worry of what happens when customers can't pay and be part of a statewide program and fund that supports your work so you can focus on the infrastructure costs that can't be borne by ratepayers who cannot pay. So again, the letter that I've got has some of the counterpoints to what the Public Works Commissioner is saying, and also just really emphasizes that your word on this, your deliberation on this is critically important. So thank you very much for your time.
Anyone else on my right? If not, I'll move to the center portion. I'll take you in the back, sir.
Can I begin?
Yeah.
Good evening, council. Good evening, mayor. My name is Eddie Kabasinski. I was once in your shoes. I am a former city councilman in the city of Warren, representing the 5th District, South Central area, the highest minority population in the city of Warren. I'm also a constitutional conservative candidate for Macomb County Sheriff. What I'm here to talk about today is the Lakeside Mall, though. And I'm concerned about this once gem in Macomb County now falling to the wayside. I've heard different plans for this property, and I'm concerned what's being done with the property. I am a business owner also in Macomb County, and I've inquired about having my business inside the Lakeside Mall. When I was very young, I came up from Alabama. When I was 12, you know, I was a mall rat. Maybe most of you, like when you were teenagers, you were a mall rat too. You enjoyed being in there and enjoyed the fun you had with your friends. And looking at what it's turned into now, I want to save that mall. And one of the reasons is, if we all remember who Albert Tallman was, who made 5 of the shopping malls here in the greater Detroit area, one of the reasons was the horrific cold weather. People did not want to shop outside, didn't want to go from store to store because of the horrific cold weather. They wanted to go into a climate control atmosphere and do their shopping. Conversely, if you go to other states such as Texas and Arizona, you're dealing with a different climate control. It gets too hot, so people want to go inside and escape the heat. And you can eat, you fellowship with your friends, shop, maybe go see a movie. It's disturbing what is happening. And as I've discovered in trying to get my business open in my effort to save this once gem in the city of Sterling Heights, you're probably asking, well, why would a man from Warren be so concerned about Sterling Heights? Well, we had a gem. We had Universal Mall. And before my time on the council, it turned into what it is now. It's no longer that. And I don't want to see that happen to Lakeside Mall. If you look at Macomb Mall, Oakland Mall, they're thriving. Rents are too high at Partridge Creek, but there is availability for mom and pop businesses, small businesses, which are the economic driver and will be the economic driver to recovering in this economy we're in right now, in that mall. I want to see the mall saved. I want to see a development that will be conducive to not only living, but also retail. Shopping at Amazon is only helping the Chinese Communist Party. It's not helping U.S. workers. It's not helping the U.S. economy. As sheriff, I'm interested in saving Macomb County and not letting it fall to the wayside. And I will do every effort in that capacity to make sure that happens. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else in the middle portion? Take you first, Miss. She can go first.
I hope you guys can see me well. We can. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and esteemed council members. My name is Miriam, and it's an honor to speak with you today. 11 years ago, I arrived in Sterling Heights as an immigrant, entering my last year of elementary school with limited English, but a strong eagerness to learn. A year later, I graduated 5th grade, already embracing my new home with pride. This pride led me to engage in extensive public service, not only in Sterling Heights, but also in neighboring communities. I spent many hours volunteering at my church, teaching catechism and the Bible to children, and also singing in our choir. My dedication to service continued throughout middle school, where I graduated with honors, and into high school, where I was an active member of the National Honor Society. My work with Friends of Foster Kids was particularly impactful, as we collectively raised funds to support them. Today, I stand before you as a medical assistant, a student researcher, and an aspiring doctor, driven by a deep sense of humanity, empathy, and bravery. Qualities I admire in Dr. Allo, a martyred surgeon in Gaza known for his extraordinary dedication to his patients. My journey is deeply rooted in my Catholic faith and the teachings of the Jesuit and Mercy traditions. It's this foundation that compels me to urge this council to pass a ceasefire resolution. To reinforce the gravity of this request, I reflect on the words of Father Munder Isaac from the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem, Palestine, where Jesus was born. His sermon, which was recently echoed in the International Court of Justice, resonates deeply with our current situation. Jesus himself became the victim of the very same violence of the empire when he was in our land. He was tortured, crucified, and he bled out as others watched. He was killed and he cried out in pain, "My God, where are you?" If Jesus were to be born today, he would be born under the rubble in Gaza. When we glorify pride and richness, Jesus is under the rubble. When we rely on power, might, and weapons, Jesus is under the rubble. When we justify, rationalize, and theologize the bombing of children, Jesus is under the rubble. And while the world continues to reject the children of Gaza, Jesus says, "Just as you did to one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it to me." This poignant message reminds us that in the face of adversity and despair, we find the essence of our faith and humanity. I stand here not only with my story, but also with the support of more than 1,000 community members who have signed a petition echoing this call for a ceasefire resolution. We implore you to consider this resolution not just as a political action, but as a moral imperative that resonates with the values of our community. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I trust that you will reflect deeply on this crucial matter. Thank you.
Okay, who would like to be next? Come on up.
Excuse me, take some time.
Careful.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rubaia Al Saeed. Despite recovering from a 4-hour major knee surgery, I felt compelled to be here tonight. My conscience and my morals would not allow me to rest at home when I had the chance to stand up for the values that matter deeply to my community and me. I relocated to Michigan in 2014 from Florida and have made my home in Sterling Heights since mid-2020, amidst the challenging times of the pandemic. Here, my family and I purchased our first home. The longstanding residents of our street, who have been part of the community for over 15 years, embody the character and kindness that defines Sterling Heights for us. The neighborhood has given my 4 children a sense of safety, strength, and belonging. They walk to the library with pride, knowing they are secure and at home. They play at Fairfield Park with the certainty that they are encircled by care and smiles. This is the Sterling Heights we cherish. This is why it's imperative for us that our city, which reflects my values, our values, stands up for justice. It's not just a matter of policy. It's about doing the right thing, the thing that resonates with the spirit of our community. This is why we voted for you. Thank you for allowing me to share my story and for considering our collective call for justice. Ceasefire is the only humanitarian solution.
Who'd like to be next?
Hello, everyone. It's nice to meet you. My name is Luxio Onyx, and thank you for giving me a chance to speak. It is an honor. And I will start with this. What keeps on happening in Palestine, along with other countries, has made me make this bold choice to speak to you all today. A personal story. I have a friend who was born in Baghdad, Iraq at 9:45 a.m. in 2001. And she grew up under U.S. military occupation for most of that short life there. She was forced to leave because of the U.S. invading her people, and she has moved to Syria and Turkey too before. Because it was hard for her family to find a good place to live, she was taken from her home and culture many times and forced to live here in America and work for corporations that help kill more of her people. While we were at dinner once, I showed her a video of a happy Palestine, a montage of everything Palestine is and the great people of Palestine before it got destroyed by Israel and the U.S. While watching that video, she had tears in her eyes and her lips were quivering, and she told me, "This reminds me of the community that I once had." So it's obvious what needs to happen in order to make this world a better place and to restore a better world order. When South Africa is taking the U.S. and Israel to court and suing them for their genocidal acts and many other war crimes, how does that not make you stop and think? Rethink the whole entirety of our country. Why is the U.S. being sued? Why is the U.S. involved in every awful tragedy and crime across the world? A ceasefire resolution would save all of these precious lives in Palestine and restore valuable histories and cultures back to the Palestinian people. To actually move towards world peace and take it back to elementary school, treat others how you want to be treated. I want others to be treated like myself here, safe, home, food, clean water, and clean food to drink. And to not have these people, these Palestinian people, lose their cultures and histories just because the U.S. and Israel don't want us to know the truth. We are the people of this country, so we have a voice in what our government does and does not. We will continue to speak about what is wrong with this country because we're actual humans who choose their hearts over greed. We can move forward in a better direction with this ceasefire resolution. And hey, it does count as a New Year's resolution. Thank you for letting me speak.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Sterling Heights Council. First, I want to thank you for letting me come up and speak and make a humanitarian request. My name is Joshua Feinstein, and I'm a proud Jewish American citizen whose mother is a Holocaust survivor. So I am well aware of when one race deems themselves superior to others and therefore tries to exterminate them. Also, as part of my race's history, we also know what it's like when people are called animals, and therefore we cannot be silent. Today, the world is witnessing subjugation, an ethnic cleansing, a genocide on par with the Holocaust, on par with South Africa's apartheid, and on par with 400 years of oppression here in America. In the time that it takes for me to speak to you right now, a child will be slaughtered in Gaza. One child is killed every 10 minutes by the Israelis in Gaza. In fact, 70% of the civilians that are killed in Gaza are women and children. Children that are dying horrible deaths, dying from starvation, and 24,000 souls in Gaza murdered in cold blood by the Israeli government. My friends of the council, I'd like to ask you a question. Do you know why the Nazis were so successful with their ethnic cleansing? Yes, they were brutal. Yes, they were merciless. Yes, they killed women and children and infants. And yes, they were certainly masters of propaganda. But what was their secret weapon? What made them so successful? It was a silent and complicit public that did not say anything and just stood by. They did not take any action. Well, I can tell you that the Jewish community is standing up, and we are taking action. Every day throughout the United States, and especially here in the state of Michigan, more and more Jews are saying, you will not oppress in my name. You will not impose genocide in my name. Never again means never again, not just for the Jewish people, but for anyone and everyone, everywhere. So at this moment, my friends at the council, your Jewish brothers and sisters stand before you, and we would like to invite you to join us on the right side of history. This is not a political request. It is strictly a humanitarian request. It is an appeal to your innate sense of justice and your core personal belief in human dignity and righteous equality. Together, with your help, we can truly define what it means to be a human being. So I want to thank you again for listening to this humanitarian plea. And if you do have any further questions, I'd welcome a discussion and a follow-up. But in the meantime, I want to wish you all well, and I look forward to seeing a permanent ceasefire resolution passed in the beautiful city of Sterling Heights. Thank you and good night.
Whoever wants it.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rubaiyat. The second lady is without the T. I'm with the T. And I have proudly called Sterling Heights my home for several years. Today marks my second appearance at a city council meeting, and I'm pleased to see some of the representatives whom I have entrusted with my vote and the welfare of our community. I stand before you to request this esteemed council to consider introducing a resolution. You might have already guessed what that is, but that embodies the values of our city. Sterling Heights is celebrated for its diversity and the safety it offers its residents. While international matters may not typically fall under the purview of the City Council, the well-being of our community undoubtedly does. By introducing and endorsing a ceasefire resolution for Gaza, Palestine, you will provide immense reassurance to me and my community. I'm not from Palestine, and I don't have to be. I'm a human being, and so are they. It would be a powerful statement that our council recognizes, understands, and firmly opposes genocide. Our community struggles to function to its full potential when there is a crisis of such magnitude, with innocent lives, including children, being tragically lost, that it has rightfully affected this part of the world. I urge Sterling Heights to continue its legacy of standing firmly against hate, just as how Ann Arbor, Canton, Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Detroit, Hamtramck, Kalamazoo, Wayne, Ypsilanti have done it. Let's add Sterling Heights to the list too. Thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight, and thank you in advance for considering this significant matter. And just a quick suggestion, if you allow me to say, if we have a sign-in sheet system, so you guys know that who's going to speak and it goes more quickly and efficiently, that would be great for future meetings. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilwomen and Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Hassan Khan, and I'm a resident of Sterling Heights since 2020. I'm here today to speak about the situation in Palestine, and I will save my energy not just telling the history or what's happening. I think like everyone has the TV or radio or some means to know what's going on. What I want to emphasize today, I'd like to share a story. So one of my neighbor, she became diagnosed with cancer. This is her third time. She's in her 80s. When the news came to me as my neighbor, so I said, I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for your family, whatever the journey you're going through, right? That's my human instinct at the very beginning. What I did as a neighbor is like follow up on the surgery day, like what happened? Was it successful? What's going on? Or when she came back, I went with my family, gave her some food, whatever she can in that time. So that as a neighbor, as a human being, my act, and I believe as a human being and as a person about the Palestine, I could hate the crime, the killing the people is not, or genocide is not a good thing. So I can hate it from my tip of my bones. And on top, I came here to talk about it. That's the capability I can do, and that's my limit. Same, the Mayor Pro Tem Liz, she was sympathized with the policeman who was in the army. She has a kid over there. So she can feel the tense. She can feel the sourness. She can feel the tension, right? Mr. Councilman Michael Redtake bought the property for the Rotary Club, right? Those 4 properties to extend it. That being like you are concerned about your people. You are helping them. You are sympathizing with it. So as you're a citizen of this city, I'm asking you as a neighbor, elected officials, we vote you guys. We trust you. We have faith on you. Can you sympathize with us? When we feel sorry, can you feel sorry for us? Can you feel the same thing, whatever we feel like? In my capability was like whatever I did, I could. I believe like other cities, you could do, initiate a ceasefire. And I'm really, really humbly requesting to start that. And please follow through it. If any other city can do it, you guys can do it too. Thank you very much for having me over here today.
Good evening. My name is Saeed Mohsen. I'm a resident of Sterling Heights. I moved to Sterling Heights with my wife and 2 sons in 2021. I'm also a real estate broker. I've been in real estate over the last 11 years in Michigan, and I have helped over 1,000 families either move into a new home or with their real estate transaction. I'm here today as a grateful citizen. I'm here as a taxpayer, contributing to the city, contributing to the county, and contributing to this great state of Michigan. I'm here today to address our honorable mayor and council members and Mayor Pro Tem. I'm here to call the city of Sterling Heights adopt a ceasefire resolution for what is going on in Palestine. This genocide has been going on over the past 3 months, and in the past 3 months, we have seen terrorist state of Israel commit a genocide, killing over 30,000 people. Some of the numbers reported are now closing in on 50,000 people. 70% of whom are women and children funded by U.S. taxpayer money. There is a child dying, we heard, every 9 minutes. And during the period of since 7 p.m. to now, there has been 26 children dead in Palestine, funded by our tax dollars, by you and by me. And this is not a foreign affair. This is a domestic affair. This is a human affair because every single one of us in this city is contributing through our tax dollars to this genocide. Many of our neighbors may feel like this has nothing to do with our great city, but the reality is every single one of our citizens here tonight or living in the city is funding this genocide. And it is our right to have a say in this. So if any of you think that because we are criticizing the United States of America and its policies, we should leave or we should find a better country to live in, I have words for you. We are here to stay. We are here to speak up. We are here to hold our great country accountable to its true values. So it is our moral obligations to stand against this genocide and call for an immediate ceasefire. So I'm not going to ask any of you to be a good representative for me. I'm going to ask you to be a good human and adapt a ceasefire resolution to put pressure on proper jurisdiction. The United States sends $3.8 billion to Israel every year, our taxpayer money, and U.S. is complicit and is fully backing this genocide. Local taxpayer money is going to fund military aid in Israel. Israeli citizens in Israel enjoy free healthcare, free water, free education, while Americans in America go hungry at night, go without water, and we have to come here to beg the city to give the public allowance to live with water. So that is the real disrespect, I feel, to this country and its flag, to make it a United States of Israel and not a United States of America. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name's Ashley Pratt. I'm a 28-year-old wife, mother of 2 boys under 5, and a healthcare professional. I'm here to discuss the ongoing crisis in Palestine, as I'm sure you guessed. Literally as we speak, actually, I just seen on my phone, the last standing hospital in all of the Gaza Strip is being invaded. The IDF is carpet bombing all the women, children, and civilians who are sheltering in place with literally nowhere to go. Mothers are having C-sections with no anesthesia, no pain meds, no comfort measures. Giving birth with no support, cradling their newborns in their arms while they listen to the sounds of their people dying all around them. Children having limbs amputated with no meds, no proper surgery tools, not even a parent to comfort them and soothe them. I literally just last night watched a video of a surgeon performing an amputation on his daughter on their kitchen table while the sound of tanks and bombs were going off outside, and they lived 2 minutes from the hospital and weren't able to get there. Just this morning, I had my ceiling collapse in my kitchen. We had a leak and the whole ceiling fell. And we were in the playroom with my 2 little boys, and they were terrified. And I instantly thought of how the people in Palestine must feel every moment of their lives for the last 75 years. I thought about how many ceilings and buildings have crushed kids and women and men in Gaza just because the United States continues to reject the majority of the population that calls for a ceasefire. We cannot continue to remain silent in the face of such atrocities. This is why I urge our city council to consider passing a ceasefire resolution in Palestine. By doing so, we'll be taking a stand against hate and violence, and we'll be voicing our commitment to peace, justice, and the sanctity of human life. I implore you to consider the impact of this resolution. At this time, I'm going to read you guys a poem by Zana Azam titled Write My Name. Write my name on my leg, mama. Use the black permanent marker with the ink that doesn't bleed if it gets wet, the one that doesn't melt if it's exposed to heat. Write my name on my leg, mama. Make the lines thick and clear. Add your special flourishes so I can take comfort in seeing my mama's handwriting when I go to sleep. Write my name on my leg, mama, and on the legs of my sisters and my brothers. This way we will belong together. This way we will be known as your children. Write my name on my leg, mama, and please write your name and Baba's name on your legs too, so we shall be remembered as a family. Write my name on my leg, mama. When a bomb hits our house and when the walls crush our skulls and bones, our legs will tell the story of how there was nowhere to run. Thank you.
Good evening, beloved council members. My name is Mushira Kandakar, but I'm also known as Mush. Today I appear in front of you to confront the crisis in Gaza, a situation demanding our compassion and attention. We see families are torn apart, children live in fear, and communities face devastation. And in these challenging times, we must turn to the wisdom of Martin Luther King Jr. for guidance seeking a path of peace and justice. We just observed the holiday last week. I grew up in Hamtramck. I spent my years in Warren, and I settled my roots in Sterling Heights. Sterling Heights is a city that I feel safe in, and I feel that we are more than ever in need of recognizing our interconnectedness, just as King had urged us. This means seeing each other as brothers and sisters beyond borders. It's now crucial for Sterling Heights, our community, to take a stand on Gaza. King's teachings call us to be active for justice, and by addressing this locally, we contribute to a global movement for peace. Sterling Heights has the potential to become a symbol of justice, echoing King's dream. Passing a ceasefire resolution isn't merely symbolic. It demonstrates our commitment to justice, empathy, and the dignity of every individual. It's a message to the world that we acknowledge our responsibility beyond our local context. This resolution is a significant step toward a world without violence, and our asks, inspired by King, emphasize the urgent need for diplomacy, dialogue, and international cooperation. Let's not just talk about King's words, let's live them. By passing this resolution, Sterling Heights shows that even in tough times, working for peace is everyone's responsibility, and that our beloved city stood on the right side of history. I urge you to pass for this ceasefire resolution, and I thank you, and I hope that together we can create a brighter and more peaceful future. Thanks.
Yep, you in the second row, sir.
Good evening. My name is Javedur Rahman. I don't have a speech prepared. I learned about this meeting 3 hours ago, so I decided to show up to show my support. Hopefully this doesn't get me in trouble because I am with the military National Guard. Hopefully this doesn't get me in trouble. But
It's the United States of America, and you have a right to freedom of speech, as far as I remember.
my drill sergeant told me I don't have no rights after I joined.
Look, I'm not a military officer.
Yeah, okay. So like in the people think that like, okay, the troops, but our troops, but our troops is diverse. There's so many people, you talk amongst them, everyone has a different political view, everyone has a different nationality, ethnicity, everyone has a different religion background. And majority of the people I've talked to, they don't agree with this, When the country was, again, I don't have this is freestyling. When this country was formed, we the people, in order to form a better union, right? We the people never said, give our money to Israel. We the people never said, let's go fund a genocide. And then when the union did, we the people are saying, don't do that no more, But it still continues, and it feels like no one's being heard, All these protests going on. There's a poll that 65% of America does not support the funding going to Israel. And I believe like 90% we believe it supports at least money not like staying in our country. There's a big crisis going on with fentanyl, with a whole bunch of other things we could get into, but the money could be spent at least within our borders, within America. But no, it's going to somewhere else where we're funding genocide. We're funding little kids being bombed. Like it's all over Instagram. It's all over, even though it's being shadow banned and stuff. But it's not over the mainstream media. But it's still seen. This is the only genocide where it's broadcasted through the whole world. The whole world sees it. And people saying, oh, the world is silent. No, it's not. The world is not silent. There's protests going on in every country you could think of. There's at least people speaking up for Palestine and for Gaza, but it's the union. It's the people on top, Like, it seems like they don't care about us, but you guys seem like you guys do. You guys spend your time here. It's like 9 p.m. I know you guys want to go home, tired of hearing the same thing over and over again, but we do want to emphasize that this resolution should be passed. Our money, if you think that those children should get bombed, fine. But I know you don't think that our money should be going somewhere else beside America. So at least pass, for that reason. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else in the center portion? Anyone else in the center portion? I'll take, you want to, ma'am? Okay.
Hi, my name is Anita. I'm a resident of Troy and single mother of 4. Munchkins 10, 12, 18, and 22. My father passed away in Scotland this last August. I'm grateful I was able to spend my summer with him. I have not been able to function well since back home. However, so many days of so much sorrow has broken me from my numbness. I'm asking for some hope, for some sanity. You have heard about the plight of the innocent civilians. I cannot even say the number of lives that have been taken in this day and age of global understanding and community. Communities like this one, and thankfully many more all over the world. I am here today as a fellow resident, along with all the humane people of the world, horrified and in shock by watching day in and day out horrific brutality against innocent people. We are all suffering from the injustice that we are witnessing on a scale that we have never seen before. Will you, Sterling Heights Council, stand with your fellow residents and end the suffering by voicing our concerns and helping us send a proclamation to our leaders for an end to this insanity? I hope you will not let justice continue to crumble and be buried under the rubble. How many more days of bloodshed are we going to have to watch? It needs to stop. Thank you.
Can you lower it just a little bit, just for a second? Anybody else in the middle portion? All right, Mr. Nelson.
Ken Nelson, Fire Steel Drive, Sterling Heights. I just have a question that I hope I can get answered tonight before Thursday night's meeting. How many voters, Sterling Heights voters, received an application for absentee voters? My wife did, I didn't. I don't understand that. I had a question, speaking communications from citizens on December 5th's meeting, asking about December 16th's agenda. It was the consent agenda. And I asked at that time for just informing the residents that you would be passing the flock system. And amazingly, between the 5th and the 16th, that got removed from the city council budget, or city council consent agenda, excuse me. So I'm wondering, what is the status of that? And I deserve an answer to it. It just didn't. Has that been authorized off site in private? If not, is it going to come up again? Because I'm very interested in it. The other thing is, I hear rumors. You know, I was reading the agenda tonight before I came here, and it talked about the interim police chief, which I'm very glad he's sitting here. And then I heard a few more comments, and that's all that was made. That isn't Sterling Heights. If a police chief retires, don't we throw this big hula? Why didn't that happen tonight? And why is this so secret? You know, the man did a good job for X number of years. He's retiring. Why aren't we bringing it up? I also heard a rumor that you're looking at possibly getting rid of captains in the police department and talking about assistant chiefs. I think all those ideas are bad, and I'd sure like to have you say something about our chief and what's going to happen with him. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Anybody else? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Shoma Anam, and I am a resident of Sterling Heights. I've moved here from New York about a decade ago, so this has been my home since then. I'm calling Sterling Heights one of the wonderful cities I have lived in so far. My kids are growing up here. I have chosen to raise and live in the city of Sterling Heights because of the wonderful community and the environment that is surrounded within my family. Beside being a community member, I am a proud mother of 2 kids, one of them who is a Sterling Heights senior. As a mother, one of my biggest concerns, and I'm sure every mother's have, is the concern for the safety of our children. So as a mother, how can I not be impacted by the displaced children? How can I not feel for the mother who is looking for her baby in the rubble? How can I not cry for the mother who is suffering and going through all this pain by herself? I can't imagine anything bad happening to my kids. I'm sure none of you can. So I'm sorry, I just get a little emotional when talking about my kids. I'm sure many of you sitting here are parents, grandparents, and have young kids. So can you imagine your kids are the images that you see on TV? Your kids going through these sufferings? Your grandkids trying to pick up their toys off the rubble? You personally trying to find somebody that you have lost and no idea if you're ever going to see them again. So therefore, today I stand before you requesting to adopt a ceasefire resolution on attack on Gaza. I am not asking the council to take a stance on foreign affairs. Instead, my request is to stand up for injustice by adopting ceasefire resolution. I urge you to acknowledge the significance of this matter to all of your constituents. A ceasefire may not seem crucial from your perspective, but to me, it holds an immense importance. A ceasefire represents our disapproval of killing men, women, children, and innocent lives. A ceasefire represents putting stop to crimes against humanity. A ceasefire represents stopping the displacement of civilians. A ceasefire represents our stance for life of every child, irrespective of what part of the world they are from. A ceasefire represents that every child deserves to live and have a chance at life, just like yours and mine. I ask you listen to your community, as many have spoken so emotionally today. This is a personal humanitarian effort. I ask that you listen to the very people that represent you and you serve. Consider our voices as other cities have, like the 9 you just listed by a previous speaker. This is not a political gesture. This is an acknowledgement of the values and the concerns from your community. Thank you for your time and consideration on this important matter.
Hi. Good evening, dear esteemed mayor and council members. My name is Alisa Salim, and I recently moved here from Illinois unexpectedly after my husband received a residency offer from Henry Ford Macomb Hospital. It was a bit intimidating at first, moving to a completely new area and knowing absolutely nobody, just like I feel right now. But we quickly adjusted to our new surroundings, falling in love with the community and its members. It comes to no surprise, therefore, that I find myself in a council meeting speaking for a resolution that appeals to our humanity, a value that I found instilled in the community here. So I'm here today to appeal to your sense of humanity, as well as responsibility, just as Michigan appealed to mine. As elected representatives, turning away from the concerns of those who elected you is not an option. Turning away from humanity is not an option. It's vital that you acknowledge and respond to our collective pain. These city councils are the basic building blocks of our government, and in order for change to be effective and permanent, it needs to start at the core and work itself outwards. So all of us in this room have an opportunity and an obligation to be part of that change. I heard Councilman Michael earlier tell the police officers that they chose the best city, the city of Sterling Heights. So let's live up to those standards of being the best so that we can proudly say that we stood on the right side of history when we look back at this time. Calling for a ceasefire is calling for an end to genocide and a beginning to life and liberty for an entire nation of people. Let's give them an opportunity to live. And just to also mention, one of the nice ladies sitting here that was speaking on the water bills before told us to imagine living without water. She said we can't make a cup of tea, we can't bathe our kids. It's something impossible to do, to live without water. And she also mentioned that her and her husband went to stay at a hotel for 5 days when their electricity went out. So imagine the power going off for 2 million people and their water being shut off purposefully. This is what the Palestinian people are experiencing on a daily basis. There are videos of children trying to drink rainwater because of the extreme thirst and dehydration they're experiencing. This is their life. Imagine that. Thank you for your time and for considering this critical matter.
Good evening. Hello, and may the peace and blessings of God be upon all of us. A frozen cold night in Michigan did not stop us from coming and discussing the matters that are important to us, to our community, and to overall humanity. This is the resilient nature of a collective community that I love being a part of. And I thank you for the roles and leadership towards it. And I want to say congratulations to the wonderful employees, and the celebration you had here today was wonderful to see people getting appreciated for their hard work. I am a mother of 4 children under the ages of 9. Living through some of the best days of my life as I raised them, I cannot be heartless and imagine or ignore the wrongful killings of mothers and children in Palestine. Some of the distraught images and videos of children in rubble from bombs being dropped by Israel, entire communities being destroyed by those bombs, lives of children, mothers, entire families have changed forever. A family that you and I cherish so much, that you and I know is an integral part of our lives and our loved ones. We cannot continue to ignore destruction of families and communities of dropping bombs. We must voice our own take on it. We must voice our collective disapproval as a community. And in a modern world, most people aren't bothered by anything that does not impact them directly, that does not help them directly. But in this world, is this what we want to leave for our next future generation? No, I don't want to. We want them to love for others what they love for themselves, care for others the way they care for themselves. Those are the values I want to instill in my children, and I know you want to do the same for yours. Those are the values that make us human. Without it, we are no different than wild animals that roam the earth, seeking what they can only for themselves. I urge you to consider the request to adopt a ceasefire resolution that will show our love for human lives as a local community. It will show our support to stand strong against wrongful killing of women, children, and innocent lives. It will teach our future generations and our children of our community life is more caring about others than consuming what is just mine. It is more about the humanity as a whole. It is about being able to stand for what is right, stand up against what is wrong, and always stand up for saving innocent lives. Nothing else matters when it comes to human lives. I ask you once again to represent this beautiful local community here, pass an immediate ceasefire resolution, stand up for us, stand up with us, and against the killings. Because silence is acceptance when it comes to killing innocent lives, and we shouldn't be quiet and just sit around. I know many of us have always had a dream. I've been here since I was 4 years old. When someone says, I want a ceasefire resolution, it is not saying I don't love America. We all love America. We love the flag. We are raised here. We are raising our children here, but we don't want others to be killed. That is part of humanity that all of us can agree on. And we will be on the right side. Sterling Heights will stand up for this, just like many other cities that people mentioned. And I know you will do your job as local councilmen, and we will be proud of the effects that you will be making and the efforts you will be making for us. So thank you for giving me the time.
Anybody else from the center portion? If not, I'll run up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shafi, and I am a father of 3 kids, beautiful kids, 4 years old daughters, 8 years old son, and 12 years old daughter. So this evening, when I finished my work, I was playing with my little one, 4 years old one. She's basically, I was with her under the comforter, and she's just trying to hide from her brother, 8-year-old. So I was reflecting about that. Is I have my kids with me, and my kids have their father with them. Then, so that's the role of my as father. But my human part actually awakened at the time, and I was thinking about all these things that are happening in state of Palestine. Around 23,000 people died. Out of them, 10,000 of them are kids. I was just thinking about them, thinking about those father that and mother that lose their children, those kids that became orphans because of this massacre that's happening right now. So I'd just like to share some comments that I got from the people of Palestine, just to make you understand what's happening there. So this is from a father from Gaza. So he's saying, the doctor told me there's a small hope in my son getting better. I left the hospital and came back. And I did not find the hospital. The doctor, or my son. Second one from a girl sharing about her cousin. Leah, my 3-year-old cousin, killed by Israeli army. Her mother, Asma, and sister, Rima, which is 1-year-old, were injured with skull fractures. And then she is ending with this statement: this world is unjust, unjust, and unjust. The third statement from an 11-year-old who was playing with his friends when an airstrike hit. He lost one leg and the other was broken. And his dream was to become a soccer player. Today marked the 100th day of the massacres of the Palestinians. Over the past 100 days, Israel's relentless bombardment and ground assault of Gaza has killed, as I mentioned, around 24,000 Palestinians. At least 60,000 people have been injured in Gaza, and most of them are children and women, as I mentioned a few seconds ago. My heart is deeply troubled by the events unfolding in Gaza. The specter of war, with its devastating toll in innocent lives, weighs heavily on my conscience. It is my fervent hope that we can collectively put an end to this cycle of suffering. In the spirit of unity, transcending our diverse backgrounds, religious beliefs, and political affiliations, we are bound by a shared humanity and compassion. This evening, I'm reaching out to you, the leaders of this city. We collectively possess the power to hold this human tragedy. It is my sincere belief that we can all rally around calling for an immediate end to the war. With that being said, I would like to request to the City of Madison Heights council members, mayors, to pass a resolution for an immediate ceasefire in Palestine. Thank you very much.
Anyone else in the center portion?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace and blessing be upon you all. If any of you haven't heard that before, that is the greeting in the Muslim community. We are a religion of peace. All of us here are here for peace. My name is Muhammad Rahman, and right now, a lot of kids with the same name as me are dying in Gaza. I'm going to keep this short because I don't do a lot of public speaking. I'm one of the many people that are terrified of public speaking. But what's more terrifying is simply living in Gaza. And for that reason, I have to stand up here for them because I know that their terror is far beyond mine. We hope that you, like many other cities, can pass a resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you.
Anyone else in the center portion? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, respected councilman, city mayor. My name is Furwa Huck. I am a registered dietitian. I work with world-class surgeons. I work for an amazing hospital. And I cannot fathom, all of us cannot fathom surgeries, C-sections, amputations, burn victims without pain meds. We keep patients longer in the hospital for pain management. I cannot fathom, and it's little children. Like, what fault did they have to come to this point? No fault other than being born Palestinian. None of us chose where we were born, where we came from. I cannot fathom, as a registered dietitian, 9 out of every 10 Palestinians in starvation, forced starvation. They are limited. They cannot have food. They cannot have supplies. The 8 trucks that are allowed to come through the borders of Gaza are so few. And most of them are just bringing white fabric to wrap the dead civilians so that they can be buried. It's not the food. The 8 trucks bringing the food are attacked by all of these hungry civilians who have not had food for over 100 days. I cannot fathom the lack of clean water, the amount of patients that I see for dehydration, the damage I see to their kidneys. I cannot fathom what we are okay with right now. We should not wait another second before we approve support for a permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
Hello, council members. I don't want to take too much time and regurgitate something you've heard all night. I'm sure you guys want to go home already, but my name is Abdul Nahid. I'm a student here. I'm a taxpayer here, a citizen, a resident. I'm a son, friend, every relationship you can imagine. And I'm sure there's a lot of people in Gaza with the same relationships that are just being lost every single day. But I'm also a taxpayer here, and I'm sure you guys we're all taxpayers here, and none of us want all of our money to be going to Israel when we have problems here. You know, there's an immigration problem in the border right now. There's people homeless all over the country. We're in like a recession right now, and all of our money is still being sent over to Israel. And you know, Sterling Heights is known as a city of safety. You know, I read this like in a post where we're like the safest city in Michigan, and Gaza is like the complete opposite of that. And we're funding that with our tax money, which is a very big disrespect for us, because we all work hard here. And I just want to end by saying, like, in Michigan, we have the Second Amendment, we have the stand your own ground rule, and if someone came into my house, I would defend myself, and that's what the Palestinians have been doing for right now. They're defending themselves after an occupation of 75 years or 70-something years. So I want to, just like everybody else, I want to call for a ceasefire and seize all funding as well. Funding from our city, our state, and overall our country. And yeah, that's it.
Anyone else in the center portion? You coming up to speak? Leaving? Okay, anyone else from the center portion? If not, I'll move on to the left. My left, anyone on my left? Yes, ma'am, I'll take you in the second to last row.
Good evening. My name is Rakeya Ali, and I apologize if my phone dies and I end up
kind of struggling to finish my thoughts here. Yesterday, we honored the life, the struggle, and the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And I ask you to continue to honor his legacy, and we have the opportunity to do just that. We are witnessing one of the largest humanitarian crises in over 100 years in Gaza, and you can use your voice and your platform to call for a ceasefire, and in the manner of Dr. King, to stand up for those dispossessed and suffering people. We are at 100 days. In these 100 days, we have watched a staggering amount of suffering and death. Over 30,000 people are dead. 12,000 of them are children. Thousands more are missing, maimed, orphaned, and traumatized for life. Millions of people have been displaced. Schools and hospitals have been bombed. Journalists and doctors have been killed doing their jobs. Entire neighborhoods have been destroyed. Those who have survived this onslaught are now suffering and will probably die from hunger, disease, and cold. Life-saving aid that could help these survivors is being blocked. I could go on, but I only have 4 minutes, and those 4 minutes are not enough time to truly describe the depth of the death and the destruction experienced by the Palestinian people. So what can we do to help these people? Well, what we are doing now, calling on you, our elected representatives from the local to the national level, to end the suffering by calling for a ceasefire resolution. Now, a couple things that I wanted to bring up that other people have not brought up is what might be some of your hesitations for why you would not want to call for a ceasefire. One of the main things is that this is not the forum or the level of government to speak to an issue that is an international one. But I want to tell you that this couldn't be farther from the truth. Change comes from the bottom up and not from the top down. History has shown that to us. It comes from ordinary people like me and like you to stand up and collectively say no to genocide. You may also be saying that this issue is nuanced. It is not. Humanitarian organizations from the United Nations, Save the Children, Amnesty International, UNICEF, Doctors Without Borders, have all called what's happening right now one of the worst humanitarian crises in the last 100 years. This is not a nuanced issue. Another worry that you may have will be about any possible repercussions of taking such a strong moral stance. And I want to remind you, and it is interesting to note, that Dr. King, one of the most beloved men in our country's history, while he was not so well loved in his time, his words, though just, were considered controversial, and he had to fight tooth and nail for what he believed. It's so surprising to hear that. How civil rights, the right to be treated equally, is something that Black people had to march for, fight for, and die for, and yet there it is. But he held his moral stance, and history vindicated him and his cause. And the success of that movement is thanks not just to Dr. King, but all the people of conscience across the country who stood behind him. I want to ask you now, let us join our sister cities in Detroit, Dearborn, Ypsilanti, Hamtramck, and Ann Arbor. Let us here in Sterling Heights stand on the right side of history, on the side of justice, and in the spirit of Dr. King, and call for a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Anyone else on my left side? Yeah, you, sir.
To everyone present tonight, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. That means peace, blessings, and mercy of the Creator be upon all of you, right? I want to start things off by thanking Mr. Mayor and the council members again for providing the safest city in the state of Michigan. Your efforts do not go unnoticed. It takes an entire team, so it's not just you guys, but we also thank the employees of the city of Sterling Heights as well for all of the efforts in order to attain the level of success that you guys have reached. You know, you guys have basically provided one of the best places to live in Michigan, and I'd probably even go as far as saying within the U.S. as well. It takes a lot of consideration and a lot of coordination and a lot of consistency in order to maintain the system that we have. With that in mind, it's going back to that one thing I just said. It takes the coordinated effort of everyone. Likewise, we, the Muslim community here within Sterling Heights, we're not just inspired by our faith, we are actually inspired by our brothers and sisters around the world. And of those brothers and sisters, of all the Muslims that are around the world, the best examples we actually got from Gaza. Not just Palestine, not just the West Bank, but in particular, Gaza. Given the atrocities that have been occurring, the amount of anger that I've felt, and not just, it not only resonated with just seeing the atrocities and knowing that it's wrong, but it resonated back to 2001, September 11th. I was in, I believe, second grade. The anger that I felt, going both ways with just asking, why is there violence? Why is this happening? And why are other people suffering? Why did I have to suffer as a child, being bullied for the things that happened? And of course, likewise, why did the people of America have to suffer for the actions of, a select few? Because we, as citizens, we didn't make that decision. So I go back to the example of the people of Gaza. Despite the atrocities that are happening, they remain resilient, not only in spirituality, not just in hopes, but also in their practices, best practices of humanity, in providing each other the best that they can, in being available to one another, and providing the resources and providing for each other's needs as best as possible. I don't come here, everyone else here has made the request for a ceasefire. I have good faith in the members of this council that you take our considerations, our hopes, and our requests, our, you could say, testimonies into heart. I have hopes that you guys do that. I believe in it. So I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna ask you guys to make a ceasefire. I have a different request, actually. Like I mentioned, that us Muslims of Sterling Heights, we take our best inspirations from the people of Gaza. And of course, we also feel that, collectively, we also have responsibilities as well, not only as citizens, but as community members, both within Sterling Heights and of our own religious community. We asked, we're gonna ask as council members to kind of reflect those hopes that we see in the people of Gaza and reflect the sense of, you could say, authority that we would feel towards making sure that righteousness is being maintained within the rest of the world. You guys are doing an excellent job, by the way, again, in maintaining security, but I'm asking you to be brave in keeping the people of Gaza in your hearts, and when it comes to future policies, being brave enough to make those decisions to stand up against figures that would promote towards injustice. So when it comes to continuous funding towards Zionism, towards Israel, towards any kind of, you could say, violence, that you stand up against it. My time is up. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. I wanna...
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May the peace and blessings of God be on you all. Firstly, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak here in front of my fellow neighbors who had the courage to come here today and voice their concerns to our elected representatives. I'm a resident of Sterling Heights. I'm an electronics engineer and a business owner and a father of two, firstly. So as a father of two and as a taxpayer, what's happening in Gaza hits home. It hits home to see kids get in buses and never return, if they had buses to get into. I just want us to think about one thing. I want all of us to think or maybe imagine 133 buses. 133 buses full of children who have died, who have been slaughtered. Almost 10,000 children. And then imagine 44 buses of children who are still missing. These are conservative numbers, obviously. I'm not going to quote all the numbers, as my fellow neighbors have all come and given you all of these statistics. But all I'm going to say is that there is a sense of hopelessness when it comes to our government and dealing with this crisis that's happening in Palestine. Every day at work, I design cars to be safer. I try to make sure that my job is reflected in the thousands of families around the world, including here in the US, who go out and expect to come back safer. So we work tirelessly with my colleagues to make sure that this happens. And yet, there is nothing I can do to keep any child safe in Gaza. It is our duty as human beings and as taxpayers whose money goes to Israel every year to stand up against the ethnic cleansing and genocide that is being perpetrated by the terrorist state of Israel. I implore the city of Sterling Heights to adopt a ceasefire resolution in Palestine. And I want to end by thanking all of my neighbors from far and wide for coming and for having the bravery to stand up for justice against oppression and tyranny. Thank you.
Councilmen, councilwomen, good evening. Thank you guys for having the patience to listen to our concerns. My name is Babar Kadri. I've been in the city of Sterling Heights since 1983. A year later, who won the World Series? Detroit Tigers. So I'm a proud representative of the city of Sterling Heights from way back when. I went to Plumbrook Elementary, went to Davis Junior High, walked to Stevenson. I have hundreds of pictures of my brother and myself on the bear goofing around, which I'm sure many of our children do as well. I came out here to be a voice, not of convincing, but more a voice of reasoning. One of the things that I wanted to express to a lot of people that stand in front of me as well is that I'm a physician assistant. And the way I started my career as a PA is there's a free clinic in Detroit called the Huda Clinic, Health Unit on Davison Avenue. What that clinic does is we see patients for free who do not have any health care. We see the most deprived of patients who have no resources whatsoever. So we try to provide them with the best of resources that we can. I'm the educational director at that clinic. What I tried to do is I tried to get patients to understand that they needed certain types of diets so that we don't have to keep pushing medications on them. These patients would continuously say to me over and over again, Q, that's what they call me, Q, you show me where I can get these foods from, and then I will eat them. I realized that there were no resources in Detroit for these patients to have these kind of foods. Dandelion root tea to help reduce blood pressure, celery to help reduce diabetes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There was an empty lot next to the Huda Clinic called, it's on a border of Woodrow Wilson and Bryant. So we grew a garden there, the Huda Urban Garden. We grow food based on disease states, and we just hand it out to the public. One of the most refreshing things that I've ever seen is that we've helped get a multitude of patients off of medication simply by the way they ate their food. And as I teach my students that food is our medicine before medicine becomes our food, it made me realize in today's time that we are very blessed. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, had once said, if you have these three things, a roof over your head, food to eat for the day, and your health, it's as though you have the whole world in your hands. Let us reflect on how blessed all of us are here, that we have these three things that we take they're so precious to us, but we take them so lightly in our hand, and we never really reflect to a certain extent on what we have. So I just wanted to bring that to our attention, but I also wanted to bring another thing to our attention. As a willing taxpayer, right, for the city and for the state and for the country, I want my tax-paying money, and I want everyone else's tax-paying money to go to those things that we need appropriated here. I can tell you firsthand as a witness where our tax money should be going when it comes to health care, because I treat patients who don't have a dime in their pocket to get medication for their health. And our money is not going to them. They're struggling. So we grow food and hand it out to them for free. That's the best I can do. However, when it comes to tax paying, I just want to say Sterling Heights gives 1.87 million in funding through direct or indirect methods to Israeli and U.S. weapons being dropped on these people in Gaza, in Palestine, or wherever it may be around the world where people are getting dropped on, bombs are dropped on them because of our money, I would rather us see 222 households with that 1.87 million getting public housing for a year. Or we could have 650 children receiving free low health care insurance. Or we could have 20 elementary school teachers brand new. Or 5,325 households with solar electricity produced for a year. Or 49 students with their loan debts canceled, which I know I would love. And then finally, at least 1.6 million N95 respirators, which I can tell you we are in a deficit of from the urgent care, from the primary care, and from the Huda clinic that I work at. So I just wanted to bring this to your attention. And I would call upon you, as that parallels to what everyone is here for, is that a resolution for a ceasefire is a step in the direction saying we had enough of these funds being misappropriated, and we would like to have a ceasefire to show that we are on the side of the right, we are on the right side of history, so that we could show the world that we do believe in peace, and we do want peace, and Sterling Heights is a very, very prominent city that a lot of people look up to, and a lot of people want to move into the city for the reasons that Sterling Heights stands for, their moral, ethical beliefs.
All right, I'm gonna have to cut you off there.
I'm terribly sorry. Thank you very
okay.
much. That's all the time I have.
You did well. Anyone else on my left?
Hello all. My name is Abdul Hamad. I'm a retinal surgeon. And I'd like to share a text that I received, a message I received from my aunt about 3 months ago. She lives in Gaza. She sent, it's pitch black at night. Every few minutes, we hear loud explosions all around us. The children wake up screaming and crying. We don't know if we'll make it till the morning. Little did they know that things would only get worse. Every night since, I wake up multiple times at night, frantically checking my phone and hoping to hear good news, but unfortunately, it's just been worse and worse. Since then, more than 50 of my extended family members have been killed, half of them children. I'd like to share a message I received from one of my ophthalmology colleagues who just returned from Gaza on a mission. These are just some of the words he shared. He said, the amount of amputations I've seen, 15 in one day alone. Most of them children, many without anesthesia. The amount of eyes I have removed, 7 eyes in one day. Ages 2, 6, 12, 16, and older. Folks, I'm a father of a 5-year-old. That hits home. And more coming and coming. 7 burst eyes just in the last couple of hours. You know, these are normal people. You see pictures of them before all of this, smiling, running, happy. It just breaks you. One lady I saw last night, she was a 45-year-old woman. She was a victim of last night's bombing. She lost both legs. Both arms were fractured and pinned, and both eyes were burst, ruptured. And I was to repair them. In addition, she lost her husband, her daughter, her 2 sons. If she survives this, how could she live? No sight, no family. Fortunately for her, God blessed her, and she died before I had to operate on her. This is just one example. The screams, the suffering, the shrapnel in the faces, it's constant and it's everywhere. So let's leave death aside for a second, he says. You can't imagine the thousands of amputees and blind people who will be out there after all this. And I just can't think to myself that if I ever do visit Gaza, how can I look at their faces when I know that I paid for those bombs with my tax dollars, folks? Two brothers, 15 and 17, I had to take care of both of them. This was yesterday's bomb. One of them had an above-the-groin amputations, folks. Above-the-groin amputation. I don't even know how you can imagine that. Unfortunately, both of the brothers died. You know, I want to share something that I saw yesterday. It's very hard to describe, but it's even more hard to watch. I saw a physician like myself. His daughter was bombed. He had to cut her leg. He had to do an amputation at home on his 16-year-old daughter without anesthesia.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you. And I really wish you would consider a ceasefire resolution.
Good evening. My name is Bibi Farah Khalil. I'd like to thank you, council members, for hearing our voices for Palestine tonight. Over the past weekend, almost 500,000 people gathered in Washington, D.C. to show support for Palestine. I was fortunate to be one of them. After 100 days of this genocide, 100 days of protests, 100 days of posting online, 100 days of standing up, eating, and breathing Gaza, Palestine, please know that this movement is not going to slow down here in the States and across the world. Standing up for a free Palestine and demanding a ceasefire is one of the most important movements of our time. And the fact is, all of us here are extremely indebted to the people of Gaza, Palestine. We are the ones who needed to know what it meant to live by faith. We are the ones that needed to know how to live by courage when all the odds are against us. We are the ones who needed to better understand gratefulness and compassion for all living creatures, despite the difficulties that life throws our way. This is what the people of Gaza and Palestine at large has taught us. So the question remains, as leaders of this beautiful city, what side of history do you want your legacy to stand on? On the side of the oppressed or that of the oppressor? You heard our voices tonight. You've heard statistics and facts on the current state of events. You've heard heart-wrenching stories of those existing under extreme oppression due to our tax dollars. How much more do you need to hear? Because we, the people, plan on attending every city council meeting until a successful ceasefire resolution has been reached. And we are asking you to do the right thing for both the people of Sterling Heights by keeping our tax dollars here in the city and preventing our money from funding the destruction of humanity. And I'll end this talk tonight by, I don't know from the last speaker, but once again, I'll ask you, what side of history do you all choose to stand on? Thank you so much for hearing us all out. We're all very grateful.
Anyone else on my left?
Good evening, everyone. I'll be very short. I think one thing that I want to mention here is supporting the ceasefire is not supporting any side. Okay? What we are trying to do is we are trying to encourage both sides to sit down together and talk. If killing innocent people would make you win the war, then Hitler would have been a winner today, right? We know that didn't happen, right? So I would request everyone to consider the fact I know, we may have differences in opinion. Some of us may think that, it's not Israelis who are at fault. Maybe it's Palestinians who are at fault. We don't want to get into that debate, okay? What we want to do is we want to force both sides to sit on the table and talk, okay? And we can do that. We are probably in the best position to do that. And by doing that, we will be at the right side of the history. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, anyone else on my left? Is there anyone in the center or right who has not spoken that would like to speak? Oh.
Hello, esteemed council members. My name is Justin Farage. And really quick, the meaning of my last name is joy after sadness. Hopefully that's what the Palestinian people will experience one day. I was born and raised here in Michigan. I'm Iraqi and Jordanian. So you might be asking me, why are you here fighting for another country when there's issues going on? So why are you here fighting for another country when there's issues that is going on in our own country? That's because we're funding it, which makes this an issue in what's happening to the Palestinian people. And I'm a human being that cannot sit back and watch children, mothers, and fathers get bombed daily from our taxpayer money. The people in Palestine took in Jewish people after the Holocaust with open hearts and love when no one else would. If what they can see now from doing so, they'd be horrified. And I won't add anything else to that because I'm sure you've heard us all. Instead, I would like to read a piece from Father Isaac's Christmas sermon from Bethlehem. Quote, Gaza today has become the moral compass of the world. Gaza was held before October 7th, and the world was silent. Should we be surprised at their silence now? If you are not appalled by what is happening in Gaza, if you are not shaken to your core, there is something wrong with your humanity. And if we as Christians are not outraged by the genocide, by the weaponization of the Bible to justify it, there is something wrong with our Christian witness. And we are compromising the credibility of our gospel message. If you fail to call this a genocide, that is on you. It is a sin and a darkness you willingly embrace. I feel sorry for you. We will be okay. Despite the immense blow we have endured, the Palestinians will recover. We will rise, we will stand up again from the midst of destruction, as we have always done as Palestinians. Although this is by far maybe the biggest blow we have received in a long time, but we will be okay. But for those who are complicit, I feel sorry for you. Will you ever recover from this? Your charity and your words of shock after the genocide won't make a difference. And I know these words of shock are coming, and I know people will give generously for charity, but your words won't make a difference. Words of regret won't satisfy you. And let me say it, we will not accept your apology after the genocide. What has been done has been done. I want you to look in the mirror and ask, where was I when Gaza was going through a genocide? End quote. Never again means never again for no one. Thank you.
Anyone else who has not spoken? Okay, I'm going to close that portion and we'll move on to reports. But before we do so, I do want to say thank you. This, it's been a long time since we've had this many speakers. By my count, I think we had 31. I appreciate that you abided by the time limits. You were respectful of each other, respectful to the council, and we certainly appreciate the passion that you had. And certainly it's a very important issue, an issue that a number of you, all of you, feel very strongly about. So I thank you for the way you presented yourselves tonight and appreciate that. So with that, Mr. Vanderpool, anything for tonight?
Mayor, just briefly, a couple of quick comments. There was a resident who heard a rumor that we're getting rid of police captains. That's not true. I've never heard that. There's no move to do that. There's also a question about former Chief Dale Dwojakowski, and I wanted to comment on that. Mr. Dwojakowski joined the Early Retirement Option Plan, which is better known as EROP, 5 years ago. So police and fire fighters have that option, Early Retirement Option Plan, EROP. He joined it 5 years ago, and by the rules of that plan, the individuals must depart 5 years after that. So that expiration date just came up. Now, the city does have an option for directors, which would include a police chief, to consider hiring the individual back under established rules and procedures after a given amount of time. So in the meantime, the city has appointed, and we're thankful to have a very capable person, Interim Chief Ken Pappas, to serve in that capacity. So I wanted to highlight that situation, and I don't think I have any other responses. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Mr. Koszybski, anything tonight?
No closed session tonight.
Okay, council, I'll open it up for any reports or new business. Anybody want to go first?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
briefly, I watched the Planning Commission meeting the other day, and through the chair to Mr. Koszybski, one of the issues of one of the projects at the Planning Commission meeting was they were trying to do a PUD across 2 parcels. And I guess it's allowed, but it's never been done before in our city. So I was curious as to, is it allowed, and can they do it across parcels if they don't combine the parcels at the end?
Mr. Koszybski.
Councilman Radke, you are correct. Our ordinance don't prohibit that, so there's not a requirement to combine the parcels if they're under common ownership.
So I have concerns about a project that can span multiple parcels without being combined. One of them is something that happened at, it's not a great example, but at my own condo complex, which is that previous, the carport was owned individually as a separate parcel than our actual condo. And several of the carports were lost to bankruptcy auction or mortgage, the repossession auction, and were purchased by outside individuals. So our condo complex actually had to go and purchase those parcels back. And then they redid the master deed so that they're all combined into one parcel now. So we don't have 2 separate tax parcels. This would be my fear with multiple parcels being as part of one project, is that they are not linked. And, you'd think that even for condo owners, you wouldn't want to lose your parking space. But it happened to at least 3 co-owners in my project that they lost their parking spaces and later had to purchase them back. So I think that if we are going to review PUD, and I like our PUD ordinance as it is, but if we are going to review our ordinances, maybe we should consider amending the PUD ordinance to require a parcel be joined into one single parcel for a project. That would be my suggestion. That's all I have right now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, council, anyone else? Going once, going twice, nobody? Oh, okay, Mr. Yanez. You're like the audience. You want to be the last.
A lot of people were taking notes and I didn't take any, so I'm just going to go off the cuff here. First of all, unfortunately, the ladies who came to speak about water just left, but I know the one is here. I just want to say, I've seen information from both Mrs. Miller as well as Senator Chang, and I strongly believe that this is something that needs to be worked out at the Lansing level. I certainly don't support a resolution to stop these bills. I delivered water in Flint. I've seen people without water. I've seen people have to walk around literally cases of water and try to figure out how they're going to bathe and so forth. This is a real problem. There's no doubt about it. And even though we're talking about municipal water, we also know that people who receive their water out of wells they have concern about contamination getting into the well water and their drinking water as well. And we all know, there's a lot of medical professionals in this audience tonight, can't live without water. And so I think this is a very important issue. I think this is an issue that really requires a real conversation, serious people getting into a room and hashing this out and making sure that everybody has the availability of clean drinking water without having their water shut off. Absolutely. So I just want to make that statement. As far as the many people who came here to speak tonight, first of all, I appreciate your passion and your compassion about this issue. And your forthrightness on this, you very much simplified a very difficult situation that's been going on for literally decades. And you are heard. You are heard. It's such an overwhelming problem when you look at the overall scope of Israel, Palestine. I know apartheid was brought up. I know that there are many Jewish groups that also support a ceasefire. I was a firefighter here in Sterling Heights. I taught trauma care. I've seen trauma up close. I can't imagine people trying to go through just their daily lives. Not everybody who lives in the territories is a terrorist. They're just regular people trying to get through life, just like the Israelis who were at that concert that was raided by Hamas, whether you call them a terrorist group or not, Hamas, and killed thousands of people and took hundreds of people prisoner and are still being held captive. Those are a lot of families who wish that their loved ones would come home as well. I appreciate the fact that you feel that this starts at the local level. With every long journey starts with a first step. I completely understand that. I cannot look at my 4 grandchildren without thinking about what's going on in Gaza right now. It is heart-wrenching. There's no doubt about it. There is, for me, almost a sense of hopelessness because the problem is so big. We just can't go there and solve the problem. You can't sit down and, talk about it. Ceasefire means both sides have to agree to the ceasefire. And, I'm not so sure that one side or the other is willing to do that right now. And I'm not going to make any political comments because I have my own feelings about, what's really driving this there. But I don't know. I guess, do we do a resolution and then I sleep better at night? I do a resolution, I say, I did my part. I hear you loud and clear when you talk about our tax dollars buying bombs. Absolutely. Going back to water, it wasn't that long ago that the capital city of Mississippi, people couldn't get clean drinking water. The capital city of Mississippi, the capital, where the legislators are. What is that like in a foreign country like Israel and the Palestinian territories, where you have governments, trying to provide, some level of service, some level of protection? It is an overwhelming problem. And I'm going to have to really think hard and fast about this because I'm not the kind of guy who's just going to put my name on a piece of paper and I'm going to say, okay, I'm done. I did my part. That's too easy of a way out, and I'm not going to do that. I would entertain a resolution if that's something that we could do, and I'm not sure that it's something we can do. But I know what I can promise you is that my voice will be heard. And I greatly sympathize with your position. And I sympathize with those Israeli families who have lost loved ones and who have loved ones that are still being held hostage. And I sit here in the comfort of this chair in Sterling Heights, Michigan, saying that. And we can all go home tonight and live in the comfort of this wonderful community that's very safe. But I think that's all I got to say, because I can just ramble on. It is heart-wrenching. It's heartbreaking. It is a situation that is a long time coming to be resolved. And it's so much more outside the borders of the area that is Israel and the Palestinian territories. Adults need to sit down at the table and come to an agreement. And I don't know if they can put literally decades of hate and fear aside to do that. And I don't know if that starts here or not, but I just want to thank you all for coming and expressing your voice and your opinion on that issue. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Yanez. Anyone else, council? Anyone else? If not, then I'll just say again, I want to thank all of you for coming out here tonight. You know, there was one resident who spoke, and I think it might have been you, ma'am, the second to last row. And talked about, you know, sort of the reasons, excuses that people might come up with for not doing a resolution. But one of the things you said is that, you know, like, this isn't the proper level of government, you know, and that's an easy criticism to make. And it's something I could easily just say, like, look, what are you doing here? We're a city council in Sterling Heights, Michigan. What do they care about what we have to say in Tel Aviv or in Gaza, you know? But I do strongly believe that cities can lead and cities should lead. And we're not getting leadership in Lansing and Washington, D.C. So darn it, if they're not going to do it, then who else will? So I appreciate that. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. I appreciate you being here and having your voice heard. It's not an easy thing, certainly. And I'm not gonna make any sort of decision, and I don't have any decision to tell you right now. I don't. Okay. But I do want to say that I think that everyone who came here and spoke tonight, I listened to you intently. I took notes as well as I could. I hear what you're saying, and beyond a shadow of a doubt, this is a devastating humanitarian crisis of epic proportions, beyond anything I could even imagine. And as you're talking, I'll be honest. I'll be very honest with you. As you're sitting here talking, saying, "Imagine your kids," I can't. I won't do it. I won't. I mean, how could you? How could you even imagine it without your body eating you from the inside out? It's unimaginable. Okay, I can't imagine it. But I will say this, you know, we vote on resolutions. I'm certain we could, you know, Mr. Yanez is asking, I'm certain we could do a resolution. Other cities have done it. We can do it. We do resolutions about you know, a number of different things. We do resolutions about different health problems. We do resolutions about supporting different communities and ethnicities and cultures. And so we could certainly do something. What's being asked of us today, if I have any criticism of any of you, and I don't want to be critical, I really don't. I would say, well, you're asking us to wade into a very complicated political issue, geopolitical issue. There's certainly no doubt. I mean, you want me to say I'm against genocide? I'm 100% against genocide. You want me to say that it would be better if both sides laid down their weapons and had a meaningful dialogue to settle their disputes? I'm 100% in support of that. I don't think anybody on this council, I don't think any reasonable human being would dispute that or would challenge that, right? But there's so much that goes into this issue. Either side, you know, either side could call for a ceasefire. Either side could have a ceasefire. It does not appear to me that either side wants one right now. You know, neither side is going to be willing to do what it takes to end this war. So before I will say I will commit to listen to you, if you come to the next council meeting, I will continue to listen to you. If you contact me, I will read your emails. I will read your text messages. And I will consider what you all said tonight. I will think on it. I will take it all to heart, and I'll think very deeply on it. And I appreciate, again, all of you being here tonight, sharing with us what you shared. Sir, you know, my condolences to your family. Mm-hmm. It's unimaginable. Mm-hmm. You know, and to every other person here who's lost family members in this conflict or other conflicts around the world. You know, we do, I think, have, as a local government, have a role to play in spreading goodwill, spreading the idea that we don't have to tolerate injustice in the world. So I'll take what you said to heart. And council, that's all I have. So Unless anyone else has any comments, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Zarko.
I didn't mean to be last, but you jumped in before I could. But anyway, there's two things. One is the water legislation, and I know that it was a topic that was brought up at the Michigan Municipal League in December, and I would like to get some information on that and find out where the league stands on that particular issue, because they represent cities, towns, and villages throughout the state, and they're looking at it in our best interest. And from what I understand is when this began, this was a line item in the budget that was supposed to be used from tax dollars that we were already putting into Lansing. It wasn't that it was going to be attached to water bills. It was supposed to be from our tax dollars. So if we could find out how that happened. And the other is, I'd really like to see the resolutions that were passed in the other communities and find out what verbiage they used in order to come up with a resolution. And I have to agree, it's a horrible situation. I don't have an answer for you. I don't. And what comes to mind is if anybody remembers Florine Marks, who was the CEO of Weight Watchers for over 50 years, who was Israeli. And about 2 days before she died, she said, "I don't want war, I want peace." And I think that's what we all want. So that's it. All I got.
Okay, thank you. Council, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Support. It's been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion carries. This meeting is adjourned, and thank you again. Appreciate you being here.